Yeah, where I do with that video, man. What if we do? Okay, so let's look for that video. Let me give you this right here as I look for that video. As you come in, just press the like button. That's all. Thank you. Because we be having more dislikes or be close. I don't like that. Yeah, so as you come in, just press the like button. You know, it's not a hard thing to do. Sometimes you don't press it because you don't want to. Yo, I'm him. Yo, you are funny, yo. You said jogging with some Timbs. Hey, yo, exactly. Hey, yo, listen, family. Hey, yo, listen, man. Hey, yo, y'all know how I do, man. Like, I'm straight pro black all the way, but I'm not pro stupid. Okay? I'm pro black, but I'm not pro stupid. Let's get that clear. Like, you just can't tell me, look over here, and I just run over there. That's not how it happens. I got a mind, and I plan on using it. You dig? Some people don't want to use their mind. Like, they're selective when they use their mind. I'm not. I'm a chess player. So I'm always using my mind. You know, when they first played the video, all you seen was a couple seconds. They say 7 seconds of it. At that point, it appeared that white folks were hunting down black folks, and they came across a young dude and just outright murdered him. You dig? You dig? You got some people. I mean, yo, you guys gotta mark. You gotta remember those that come on this platform and in this chat. Remember them, so you can know who the blackologists really are. You dig? The blackologists are black folks who did not use their brain. They react off emotions, and you know what I mean. And they just wild out. That's a blackologist. A black woman, black man, they use their brain and they assess the situation, no matter how sensitive it is. You dig? Sometimes you got to bite your goddamn tongue. What up, peace, Jody? What about? Oh, matter of fact, let me do this. Let me do this. What about that? Remember that black woman? I think it was Duke. Like, she accused the lacrosse players of like sex harassment or rape or some shit, and then we all rolled for it. Turned out she was lying. You see what I'm saying? Like, so like, if there is really an enemy, if there really is an op who is in our worst interest, then they know how to get us. Throw a half truth out there, make it, race bait it, and we will go at it hook, line, and sinker every time. Every time. So a subject like this, I'm talking about the S cop and his expertise and opinion. You're not going to see this chat too filled today. And it is late, but it's not too late because they've been on here 5 a.m., 6 a.m. But they're not going to come because they hate the truth. They want to be pacified. In their minds, there's a couple options. In their minds, all white folks are evil. In their minds, the government is evil. So if they don't believe that, then they definitely believe that the government is evil and is always trying to kill us. Either way, like, they believe there's an entity out there that's always trying to kill us. So we focus on them way too much. So that means we lose focus on each other. We lose focus on what we should do, and we're too much looking at what they're doing. So now we never have a plan. We never have a home base. We never have anything because we are never huddled up thinking about what we should do, how we can conquer and solve our problems. We're trying to conquer and solve a problem with somebody else's. Listen, if somebody has a problem with you, you will never be able to solve their problem. That's something that they got to solve internally. You dig? You can only solve your problems. That's it. So yeah, so Gary Hart, I'm gonna get to update information, and you know, those black allergists, they're not gonna come in here because they hate facts. If there's a black and white situation, all they know is a black man died. That's it. That's it. That's it. The white man can't be right. The white woman can't be right. You know, somehow, some way, we're gonna ignore all evidence. And look, when you do that, think about this, my family who's in here. When you think like that, how are you different than the racists in the 30s, 40s, and 50s? They too did not care about any evidence. All they too only seen black and white, and they ride with white. So when a white woman falsely accused a black man of rape, they too, like you today, didn't care anything about the evidence. All they seen was a black man being accused. That's good enough. Hang him, lynch him. Peace, Fly. So if you didn't already, please, it's only 10 folks in here. Please just hit that like button. It should be at least close to 10 likes, because there's always one person lurking and they ain't gonna hit that like thing. So we should have at least about 8, 7 likes, you dig? But think about it. The way we are very reactionary now. I mean, damn, we are 100 years late because our ops, they once too were reactionary. Again, like I said, they didn't care about facts. All you gotta do is accuse a black man of something. That's it. Hang him, lynch him. Peace, Rakim. Please go ahead and like the video, please. There's only a few of us here. So again, as I reiterate, our ops during the worst times of segregation, when a black man or black woman was accused of something that was racially based, they did not care about any facts, any stats, any evidence, any storyline. It's either lock him up or lynch or string him up. You dig? Lock him up. So now in 2020, 100 plus years later, we have the same mindset. When it's racially based and we are accusing the ops of something, we are saying we do not care about the facts. We don't care about the storyline. Lynch him up or lock him up. Peace, Via. Like I said, Gullah, please, you guys like the video? There's only a few of us in here today, so please like the video. We should have close to at least the number of people viewing. Peace, LaDonna. Like the video for me, please. That's all I asked for. So, we too in 2020, especially when the op is somebody white, we don't, and it's a black-white thing, and we are, the victim, or we are the subject of some type of violence. We don't care, or some type of discrimination. We don't care anything about the facts in 2020. We have successfully adopted the mind of our ops. We don't care anything about facts, storyline, witness, nothing. We ignore all of that. String them up or lock them up. We say that now. Our ops said that in 1920s, 1910, 1950s. They said the same thing. They got at Emmett Till. They dig. They said, you know what? We heard you did this. And although it's petty, but in our minds is big, because we don't like you. We think, Emmett Till, you are the devil and your people. Well, in 2020, we have that same mindset. We think all white folks are the devil. They can't do any good, and everything they do is against us. So we have adopted their mindset. So it's the same thing. If they do something, no matter how small it is, no matter how petty it is, we will blow it up and act like it's something worthy of lock up or string up. And this is the harsh reality that we don't want to accept. You dig? But you got people like myself and everybody brave enough to come in this chat to hear this. Only you guys are fair. Like, yo, man, black, white, Chinese, man, Wrong is wrong, right is right. You dig? Now, ChiefX already stated before he said anything, and I will say the same thing. We believe those white guys were racist from the door. You dig? They had, okay, so the way it's told, what they did was legal. They can follow him with guns and blah 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 and question him, legal, right? But you can also legally not do that. You dig? You can also legally just call the cops if you felt like it was something bigger than what it was. So they decided to not do that, to do the most that they can do according to the law. The most, you know, they use it as most, they use as much force as much confrontation according to the law than they could. So they use the law to the fullest extent. They were doing too much, as we would say. And we believe they were doing too much because they were racist. They got something embedded in their minds that they have against towards black folks. So we believe that they were looking for anything to respond like that. Okay, so we're giving them fault. We're also saying, like my man said earlier, my man jogging, Aubrey was jogging in Timbs. You dig? Timbs and capri pants. Yeah. He was not jogging. Okay. He was not. Right. Exactly. So we agree from the door. The white boys were excessive. They did too much. Now, let's move to Aubrey. He did too much too. He played a role in everything. First of all, my man was not out there out for a jog. He was doing more than jogging. You dig? Nobody knows he's not a jogger. There's no evidence of that. The dude was out there scheming. You dig? As we know, Truth Ministries is playing videos of black folks, you know, in backyards trying to steal, breaking homes in California when Pop Smoke got killed. They said home invasion was heavy in that area and growing in numbers. So black folks, you know what I mean? Like, let's be real. Like, let's stop acting like it's not known. Like, black folks like to home invade and do certain things. You dig? And in our community, we give them a pass. We don't call the cops. You know what I mean? You know, that's taboo. And sometimes we don't even say anything. So dudes be getting comfortable. So now when you go into another neighborhood and try that, they don't understand those urban laws. They got their white laws. And their white laws is, we are the law. You dig? We're going to make the arrest. We're going to ask the questions, and we're going to shoot. You dig? So when you bring that behavior to their community, it's a different set of laws that you got to abide by. So you are not jogging. You are definitely out there looking for something. You know what I mean? You're at fault. You're trespassing, and as we're going to play later, you're according to the law, you are actually committing burglary. You dig? You're not looking to buy a house. You're not looking to mow a lawn. You are up to no good. So we got to stop that. You dig? Because the white boys could still get locked up and be convicted because they were excessive. So just because we admit this doesn't mean they're going to get free. But what we can't do is lie like them. We can't lie, or we can't cap on the truth just to get some fake justice, because that's what they do. To get justice from us, they be lying and capping on the truth. You dig? And we cry foul play. So we can't come around and play the same game with them. So what will benefit us is to say, yeah, my man did some things he shouldn't have did. Aubrey, that is. Yeah, he did this, but in no way, shape, form, and hell should he have been killed. No way, shape, and form had he been stalked. The white boys went to that degree to harass him. That's overkill. You dig? Literally, no pun intended. So we can admit that and make that the argument with admitting what we know. You dig? So dude was trespassing, and according to law, it was a form of burglary. You dig? He was there until a white guy came outside and yelled at him. Now, he went in through one entry, he came out through another one. And when he came out, he was hauling ass as though you guys got me, but you're not going to catch me. He hauled ass. Now, that's a fact. Okay. So the Michelsons, their reaction was, in my opinion, excessive and unnecessary at that point. So let's agree step for step. Let's agree that Aubrey was definitely up to no good in trespassing. Neighbor came out, hey, what are you doing over there? He comes out, he's hauling ass, okay? Trespassing, burglary with no gun and nobody's there and you ran out with nothing, that does not warrant somebody should kill you or even chase you down with a gun. You dig? Okay, that's like petty theft, whatever. So the cops should have been called, or you should what's wrong with following behind? Why Michelson and those guys couldn't just follow him as they called the cops to track his whereabouts and say, yo, he's over here, he's on the road right here, he's running straight. They could have did that. So that's why I say they were definitely excessive. And because of that, and because of other things coming out there with guns, drawn, they should definitely be locked up forever. So you got to hear the words clear. Now, we are also using this for a learning lesson. Aubrey should not have been in somebody's home. That was a home. It wasn't some construction site being put together. He walked through a home. He walked through the backyard, and that what we see on video was like it could be a shed or something else being built, but he walked through a built home. The video shows. Nobody can deny that. You dig? He walked through. All right, bro. Listen. So we're not gonna do that. We have an actual officer with the law, which I'm gonna play. So we ain't gonna do this semantics and wordplay, dude. The trespassing is out the door. That's called burglary, dude. Yeah. We got an ex-Georgia cop. So, which I'm gonna play a little later. So we ain't gonna do the whole trespass criminal. No. This thing is stepped up to burglary. Felony. Yeah, so and indigenous, of course you'll be, when you got indigenous siding with you, you're on the wrong side. Yeah, so we ain't gonna do that. Now, this stepped up to burglary, you dig? And I'm gonna play the ex-Georgia cop with what I think 15 years experience, and he's gonna explain what happened, what laws were broken, and what was right and what was wrong. So we're gonna play that. We're gonna play that real soon. So I don't expect anything less from a blackologist. You dig? So nothing that's being said is gonna like really make me feel like, oh, nah, I'm good. Like, listen, man, I expect certain things. You dig? Certain feedback, certain pushbacks. Matter of fact, let me see if ChiefX is on here. Let me get ChiefX on here. Let me see if he's free. Okay, so I hit up ChiefX. Now again, blackologists want to change the narrative and go and focus on stupid shit. I'm back with the details. You dig? Everything I'm saying right now was on video and was being reported. So check this out. So dude went in a home. He did not go into a construction site. He went into an actually built furnished home. Well, I don't know if it's furnished, but the home was built. He went through one entrance, and then he went in the back somewhere else where there was a frame of something else in the back. But he went through an actual home. And according to the cop, the ex-cop I'm going to play, that's burglary. You dig? So when a white guy and a neighbor came out and yelled something to Aubrey, allegedly, he came out running fast. Now, if you're just going on a jog and you stop to see how well this thing is put together, wow, they built this fast. Last Tuesday, it was just rocks, and now it's a whole house. And you're just so fascinated. There's nothing wrong with coming out and saying, oh, I'm sorry, I was just fascinated by how fast this house is built. You can say, look, I went for a jog. I got no, look, ain't nothing on me. I ain't taking anything. I was just fascinated how fast his house was built. But I apologize if it looked like I'm doing something else. I'll just go about my way. I apologize and I can move on. That's how somebody will talk to somebody who's up to good, that has no issues. You dig? Okay, so okay, like I said, Blackologist, save it. It's not gonna work tonight. You dig? So now apparently the Michelsons, I haven't read this myself, just what I heard. I heard the Michelsons were capping about the burglary reports, but one report was there, and that was a stolen gun. So if anybody want to ask the question, why would they roll down on him with guns? Well, that might be it right there. It's because he's possibly armed with our gun. You dig? So I'm just saying how, if you want to ask why, that could be a reason. Is it the reason? Don't know. But it can be a reason. A reason is somebody was here breaking the cars and things before, and as a result, a gun was stolen. Because, you know, people keep their guns in the cars because of, you got to defend yourself in the car. So if I see if burglaries are mentioned, are happening and being reported, and then we see an active burglary in person, and we chase the suspect, it's logical to assume that he might have been the guy who burglarized the car the other day, and he might have the gun on him. You dig? It's logical to believe that. And this is why we chase him with guns. You dig? Okay, so if you came in late, before you jump to conclusions, and before you like guess where you think I'm going with the storyline. I'm saying that I believe the Michelsons first should be jailed, in prison for like life, but not for your reasons. You dig? Not for your reason, not for that blackology reason. Not because I see black, white, and black people dead and go to jail. No, because of the storyline. The Michelsons, okay, according to the video, and in my opinion, they were very excessive, but they were actually abiding by the law and all that. But you also have the right, so they can legally follow you, question you with guns, according to an ex-officer of Georgia. Also, they can also legally not follow you. You dig? And harass you. They chose the harassing part, which leads me to believe that it was more in their mind to it. They chose a moment to be racial, to practice their hatred towards blacks. Arbery definitely gave them that reason. So now, again, when you watch this video for the first time, it appears that white men are just hunting black men, and they found one, they killed them. But when you watch, when evidence came out, you see, oh no, something sparked this. What sparked this? What sparked this was that Arbery was allegedly jogging. He's not known to be a jogger. You dig? He walked into a home. He didn't jog into a home. He jogged into a home, and he walked into a home, and it wasn't until another white neighbor was yelling something at him, he came out hauling ass. He didn't come out jogging. He didn't approach the guy and say, hey, what's going on? Because when you're innocent and somebody's yelling at you, you want to see, hey, what's up? He came out hauling ass. So what would the neighbor, like, what is he to think? Like, oh, this, you know what I mean? He's thinking you're going to come out and he could confront you and ask you a question or two. If you come out hauling ass, what is he supposed to think? So apparently he called the Michelson, whatever, how they got involved. And they took that opportunity to be racist, you dig? But they were careful enough to like stick to what they believe, which was legal activities, you dig? So that's it. So people contribute to this. You dig? Arbery wasn't just some. My point is Arbery, how we wanted to believe. Arbery just wasn't somebody jogging, mind his own business for no reason, two white guys pull up with somebody behind them and decided to confront him and try to kill him. That's not the storyline. The storyline was that they were provoked, and maybe, like, again, maybe they were excessive in how they handle it, which is why they should serve life in prison, because of how they handle it. Okay, so you dig, and how they handle it, in my opinion, was like overboard, because they had the right to also just trail Aubrey while they called the cops. But they decided to go ahead and be the detectives themselves. And that's when I believe that they had more, an evil intention on how they want to deal with Aubrey. You dig? Like, so they were going to mess with him no matter what. And it's possible when Aubrey approached the man with the gun, it's possible Aubrey could have felt the same way, because we see so many stories of black men being gunned down by white folks and being hung and caught. So Aubrey, it's possible that Aubrey heard those stories, seen those video clips, seen those documentaries, episodes on certain channels, and said, "Oh no, not me. I'm going down in a fight." You dig? It's possible that's how he's thinking. And that's why he approached the gunman, the armed gunman. It's also possible that Aubrey could have felt guilty, felt like, okay, they caught me and they won't leave me alone. I'm about to get locked up. So let me just fight them and get them out the way so I can keep hauling ass. That's also possible. You dig? All of a sudden, everybody got all these variations for scam artists and people like that. But when it comes to this situation, no, it's just one way, just one story, that's it. No, there's also possibilities in this too. And we have video. Okay, so Aubrey made a choice. He grabbed the gun. Now, once you do that, once you grab the gun, we're at a whole nother problem now. Now, it can go from Aubrey being victim to one of the Michelsons being the victim. Once you go to grab that gun, now they're left with just one choice at that point, because anybody that take any classes on guns and stuff like that, they teach you, or self-defense classes, they teach you have the right to stand your ground, and nobody has the right to disarm you. If so, you can use deadly force. Like, that's just what it is. So when Aubrey decided to use deadly force, not use deadly force, but when Aubrey decided to try to disarm the Michelson, because maybe he genuinely felt like they were not going to stop harassing him and they were going to kill him, lynch him, do what they do what he has heard before. And it's definitely seemed like one of those cases where they probably was going to do something foul to him. So maybe Aubrey said, okay, not me, and ran up on a guy with the armed gun and said, I'm going to disarm him. You dig? Now, the problem with that is that unbeknownst to Michelson, probably, that he was not aware that he's also in trouble, because he could be seen as violating the stand your ground he could be seen as violating the stand your ground law. You dig? So once you grab that gun, now we're at a whole different scenario now. Now, Michelson, he could play victim now. Say, hey, he's taking my gun. And we can't deny that. The dude was in the video trying to take his gun, and he was catching him too, throwing some bolos at him. You dig? So now the story changes. So I understand that this is too much for some of y'all, because y'all are rootly deeply seated with blackology. I get it. You know what I mean? And trust me, we're gonna revisit past conversations, because we also had past conversations like the breast cancer thing. We're gonna revisit that. I did more research on that. The voting suppression in Georgia, we're gonna revisit that. Because we really ain't come to a conclusion with those two different stories, because there was blackology in that too. So we're gonna revisit that. So we're gonna show the track record of blackologists and how they think. So yes, we're gonna definitely. I don't forget stuff. We're gonna definitely revisit those. I just left it alone, but we're not done. We're gonna go back because I use y'all sources, which I gave me. Y'all told me to look up so and so, so and so. I looked it up, and we got the information. So I felt like when we were talking about those situations that emotions were tied and it got a little heated. So I left it alone to die down. I feel like when we, become a little cooler, we can revisit these conversations, which we are. I already told the watcher we're going back to those. Don't worry. So we have some of us have thoughts in advance on how we feel about situations. So now those thoughts can blind us. It can make us biased to situations. You dig? Where we will deny everything. Just because we believe if we agree to one thing or we recognize one thing, somehow in our insecure minds, that's enough, and they'll use that, and nobody get locked up. So I got to deny it, like I don't see it, and therefore it strengthens the case. That's that. No. You just got to be a realist. So we're talking about the in betweens, and a lot of it is speculative. You dig? But this is going to work against you. Watch this. Okay, I'm a chess player. I got you. In chess, there's an opening, middle game, and end game. So the middle game is always the hardest part. By the way, the opening is easy. End game can be taught. The middle game is the hardest part. So right now, I'm being speculative on the middle part of what happened between when Aubrey was inside that house he shouldn't have been, and him grabbing a gun. Now we're speculative on the in between, but there's also video that shows about it as well. And that's why I said they would chase him down. In my opinion, you dig, that was excessive because they had the right to do that according to an ex-officer, but they also had the right to not do that. They had the right to just possibly just trail him and update the authorities on Aubrey's whereabouts. By them, in my opinion, by them stopping him, cutting him off, and asking him questions and asking him to stop, in my opinion, they had no good intentions at that point. You dig? Peace, King Life. At that point, they had no good intentions. And I believe that. Okay. So now, here's the part that this is the part that lets you know if you are unbiased or you're a blackologist. Should Aubrey have stopped at that home? Did he have the right? Was that legal? Did he have the legal right to stop at a home that he does not live in? It's not his neighborhood. I'm hearing reports that that's a white neighborhood and it's racist. So if you're in a white, so again, this is all rumors I'm hearing. So this is all hypothetical, off the record. If you are in a known, because they say in the last live, I got it recorded. Don't worry, I'm putting something together where I'm gonna have sound bites from people talking, and it's gonna be nice. So if where was I? Oh, so if that's a racist part of town, and everybody knows that, right? Everybody knows that. Then if everybody knows that, then Aubrey knows about it. You dig? So not only is Aubrey aware, according to those persons from the live, if everybody knows that's a racist part of town, then Aubrey knows that, right? According to them. So that means that Aubrey knows he's jogging through a highly racist town and he decides to walk through a house in a highly racist town. Is that smart? So that wouldn't make much sense to me if that was actually a highly racist town and he decided to walk through a house. That wouldn't be a good move. Okay. So if we can't admit that that the walking in the house part was a big mistake, then these young dudes are doomed to repeat this behavior. Now, what I'm gonna do for you is I'm gonna go to a video. I'm gonna go to several videos of black young men committing home invasions, stealing from backyards, cameras recording. Like this is our culture. Nobody talks about it. There's no uproar. So this seems to be part of the culture where it's cool to just go into my backyard and steal stuff. You dig? So if that becomes normal, so normal that they don't see it as a crime, because I've been told that selling drugs have become so normal that black folks don't see it's a bad thing. So if bad things have become so normal that we don't see them as bad things, then that means that we're going to continuously to do bad things and not know it and be punished, either with our lives or with a jail sentence, something like that. You dig? Okay, so let's take it from the top and then to the bottom. So this story, nobody can deny. This story starts off with Aubrey in a house he does not own, in his town, in a block he does not live in. He has no business in that home. That's how this all starts off. It ends also with Aubrey reaching for a gun. You dig? Because of where I don't know what's in his mind. Again, he could have felt like they were harassing him and they were not going to stop until they did him bodily harm. So he just launched at him. Or he could have felt like, hey, man, I had no business in that home and they're trying to get me locked up. So I'm going to disarm them, you dig, or neutralize them and get out of there. So I don't know what's in his mind, but I do know two things. The first thing, Aubrey made a decision to go into that home. That's the first thing. The last thing, Aubrey made another decision to go for the gun. So those are two questionable decisions at best. Some of us would say he shouldn't have did either one. You dig? But we're not in that moment. Our adrenaline isn't running. We are getting chased by two allegedly racist white guys. You dig? So we don't know what we'd have done. Because sometimes that fight or flight kick in and you do some crazy things. But I think most of us that's sane and sound, who are neutral and unbiased, will felt like maybe he shouldn't have went in that house and maybe he shouldn't have grabbed that gun. You dig? So the story starts and ends with maybe he shouldn't have done that. So the way the story starts, maybe he shouldn't have done that. And the way the story ends is maybe he shouldn't have done that. You dig? So that's the in-betweens. Peace, Jawborn. He said, facts. I went to prison for breaking into a store. I can't blame the white man or the government. Exactly. Yeah, I need Jawborn. I need people like Jawborn to hop on this panel. I need people like that. I need people who are neutral. You dig? Now, again, all of us, when we first seen the first video, we automatically was like, yeah, let's ride for black folks. Get them. White supremacy, we hate y'all. You dig? We definitely felt like that. All of us in unison. But when more facts, more evidence was revealed, phone calls, police recorded calls, and things like that, those of us who are unbiased and neutral felt like, damn, why he do that? We felt like the case was weakening. When we first seen the video, it seemed like two white men are hunting for black folks, and they found one and they openly just shot him, harassed him and shot him. That's case closed for us. We're like, oh man, this case closed. This case is case closed. You dig? They better not let them loose. They better lock them up. But you have to admit, those who are very reasonable and logical, you had to admit that when you seen the other videos, right, and when you seen the reports and when you heard the 911 call, you had to feel like, dang, at the very least, no matter how, it does not matter if you agree with me or not, you had to feel like, damn, this does not help the case. This definitely weakens the case. And it's Aubrey's doing. You dig? Like, damn, bro, why'd you go in that damn house, man? You dig? Like, damn, man. And why'd you grab that gun? You dig? So things like that definitely did not help the situation. I'm not faulting him for the gun thing, for going after the gun. I'm definitely he's at fault for going in that house. There's no way around that one. There's no way around that one. He's at fault for going in that house. Okay. Okay. Stu P, you came here a little late, dude. You are talking now. Stu P, my brother. You know I rock with you, but brother, you just made the biggest mistake. You just said a building under construction, so you definitely seen no videos. You heard stories, Stu P. That's the difference between me and you. I'm a researcher. I don't hear stories and go by them. Rumors. Dude, he walked in a full built home. And you'll see in the video. Okay? So you come on here, no problem. You come on here assuming and you're going with rumors or hearsay. But dude, you did not actually see the video because you would have seen Mr. Arby walk in a full built home. So where did you come with what'd you say, building under construction? Stu Peas. So Stu Peas, if he walked into a full built home, how did you come up with a construction building? Stu Peas, I need that response. If you watch the video, then you see Mr. Arby go into a full. No. You said you watched it. You said you watched it. So if you watched the video, how did you conclude that he walked into a construction site? You would see him walk into a full built home, fully built. All he needs now is construction or an inspector to tell whether the people can live there or not. That was a fully built home. So see, you spoke too fast. And I'm going to get you. You spoke too fast, dude. I'm going to get you. You dig? So you can concede that point or I ain't trying to hear nothing else. Hold on. 1 second. Yeah. So now you can't come on here being disingenuous. You can't say some stuff and then they be wrong and then don't want to apologize for it, concede. Like, nah, bro. That's not how it works. So so you can't come on a post mention a construction site and there's no construction site, then you don't say you were wrong or you did. You can't do that. Okay, dude. You keep saying building, dude. Dude, you keep saying building. It was a home. Exactly, Jawborn. Hey, and again, this is why, we got to realize, this small community, this is why I decided to expand and try to reach broader audiences, because this small community, I realized there's a bunch of like hurt Black people who got certain views on other races, and that's just it. Like, there's nothing that we can do or say. There's no evidence, no information we can bring to them that's going to change their mind. Like, a lot of these guys are hook, line, synced into certain perspectives about society. You dig? We already had calls about this. Again, we are going to revisit the cancer thing, the breast cancer thing. Yes. We're going to also revisit, because I had actually put something together. I got a lot of sound bites from that. And I screenshot the chat a few times. So I got like a little presentation. We are also going to revisit the so-called Georgia voter suppression that y'all told me to look up exactly what to do. And we went over that. We're going to revisit that. For that one too, I worked on some stuff. I did further research. I got sound bites. I got video. We're going to replay that as well. So I'm going to show a pattern of behavior of people who feel a certain way, and no matter what evidence is brought forth, we make up fast rebuttals, fast excuses, or we just ignore the obvious and we make up excuses. Like that's a pattern. That's a pattern that we have. You dig? So I'm going to show the video now. The video of the expert detective. You did the expert detective. So here we go. Yeah, y'all about to be mad at this. He a coon. He a coon. He a Sambo. What do you know? Y'all about to be crying on this one. Watch. This is a Black Odds nightmare. This video right here. Watch this. Let me click this. All right, where is this damn? All right, so give me a second. I'm going to actually play the video. Oh damn. Okay, I got it. I got the video. I got the video. I hope I don't get flagged. Video is brought to you by the Officer Tatum. Okay. Here's the video. Y'all about to be mad at this. Oh, damn, I almost ended the damn live. All right, here we go. You dig? Oh, wait. I forgot. I gotta do something special. My bad. Here we go. Now we are here.
Let's talk about facts. This video is brought to you by the Officer Tatum Store. The Officer Tatum Store. Get the merch link in the description section. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell so you get notifications anytime I go live and make a video. Make sure you like this video, share this video, comment on this video, and let's get into this. So here are some updates in Ahmaud Arbery's case that a lot of people may not like because people have jumped to conclusions and picked a side before any of this stuff came out. And now
Oh, and to be fair, if you guys are interested, the next live, I will let you guys go all the way in. Say what you can rebut everything I said, and I will be on mute the whole entire time. I won't say one word. The same way I'm by myself. Anybody who wants to refute this or have something else, I'm going to give. Let me know. I'm going to. So after the video is played, I'm going to read the chat. Let me know if you or whoever want to come on here tomorrow at an earlier time and rebut everything I said and rebut, just rebut, period. Let me know. And I will give you guys 2 hours. You dig? 3 hours to go ahead and respond and rebut and make counter arguments and show where I'm flawed at. That's how I do it. You dig? I'm unbiased. I'm not going to just leave my impression and that's it. No, I'm going to have anybody who wants to rebut. It could be Asiatic, Black man, Indigenous, Sosa, anybody is welcome tomorrow or whatever, whenever you're free this week to rebut. You got unlimited time. You dig? 2 hours, 3 hours. Let me know what time you want to do it. And you'll have the platform to do so that I will be mute the whole, matter of fact, I will be off the panel. I'll give you the whole show where I'm not going to cut you in. Cut in and cut you off. My bad. So that's how I do things. You dig? So anyway, let me play it.
People are gonna walk around with an egg on their face.
Let me start from the top.
Let's talk about facts. This video is brought to you by the Officer Tatum Store. The Officer Tatum Store. Get the merch link in the description section. Make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell so you get notifications anytime I go live and make a video. Make sure you like this video, share this video, comment on this video, and let's get into this. So here are some updates in Ahmaud Arbery's case that a lot of people may not like because people have jumped to conclusions and picked a side before any of this stuff came out. And now many people are going to walk around with an egg on their face when I told people very vividly and clearly to wait before you pick a side. You don't need to be pro McMichael. You don't need to be pro Arbery. You need to be pro facts. You need to go with the facts and information that you have available. And also, if you have a level of expertise, use your common sense and expertise. But B. Tatum is here not to coddle your feelings, not to do anything else but deliver the facts. I'm a former police officer, and I got a huge level of experience and understanding on how law works, how arrests work, and how court proceedings work. So let's start from the top. Was Ahmaud Arbery just jogging through a community to get exercise as any person in America would do in a reasonable sense? Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is no unequivocal evidence that he was jogging through the community. There's no video evidence, and there's no witness testimony that that's what he was doing. The only person that says that Ahmaud Arbery was jogging, unfortunately, he can't give the statement, but his mom believed that he was in the community jogging. Video evidence have surfaced. A lot of people are rejecting it, but it's evidence, it's video, it's going to be in a court testimony at some point. So instead of the jogging scenario, which has been debunked, video evidence shows Ahmaud Arbery walking down this residential street. He walks up to a house that is not occupied. This is not a construction site like people would envision, where there's just a frame on a house and there's no real construction. This is a nearly a fully built house that happened to have been renovated and nobody's living there. So it's unoccupied. So the image in people's minds have been that this is a construction site on just frames and it's an open area. That's not what it is. This is a legit house. Now, you can see on the video that has been presented that Ahmaud Arbery is walking through the community. He stops in front of the house. He looks both ways to see if anybody's watching him or can see him. And he does a small sprint into the driveway, and then he walks into the house through the garage. Now, initially, the video that I'm referring to, you can't tell if he's inside the house or just in the garage at this point in time. But a few minutes later or so, he comes walking out and re-enters the house at another location. Now, there's other video that has surfaced of him actually in the house. I've only seen 7 seconds of it, although he was in the house for almost 3 minutes. Now, there is no evidence to rule out if he had actually taken something or attempted to take something or not based on the 7-second video. However, according to Georgia law, if you enter a dwelling, which this house classified as a dwelling means a structure that's constructed for the purpose of people living in it, it can be occupied, unoccupied, or vacant, and it still is considered a dwelling. If a person enters a dwelling with the intent to commit a felony or theft, that person is responsible for first-degree burglary. First-degree burglary in Georgia law is a felony. So as Mr. Arbery is going into the residence, he's looking around. A reasonable person will believe he's not looking around because he's trying to figure out where he want to put his brand new couch. A reasonable person will believe that he's looking around because he's trying to look for something. Now, look for something in a house that does not belong to you sounds like you have intent to grab something, take something, which is theft. Now, a person walks out of the house and witnesses Mr. Arbery in the house. They walk out and shouts at him, which this has been confirmed from an independent source that I know who live in the area. They yell at him, and then he bolts out of the house and he's running and is visible on the camera, which is a surveillance camera of a house across the street. Now, there is a 911 call provided by Gregory McMichael. And on that 911 call, they're explaining that they visibly see Mr. Arbery currently in an unoccupied structure, and that while they're on the 911 call, they see him running out of the occupied structure, and then they give chase, according to all the documents that I've read. Now, according to Georgia law, if you witness a person or you have firsthand knowledge, or they say immediate knowledge of a crime, and it's a felony, you can pursue and conduct a citizen's arrest. And an arrest, if people don't understand what that term means, that means that you are able to grab a person, detain a person where they cannot leave. That is considered an arrest. So Georgia law gives Greg and Travis McMichael lawful reason or lawful ability to conduct a citizen's arrest on Mr. Arbery, who they've witnessed commit a crime. Now, they give chase to Mr. Arbery. The video picks up where we've all seen the horrible video of him running down the residential street, and you can see the pickup truck with Travis McMichael and his father, Greg McMichael, in the back seat. And you see a video, not a back seat, but the bed of the truck. And you see a video recording them. The person in the video recording is also a neighbor who's recording the incident. On the video footage, you can see Arbery running on the left side of the road. It's a 2-lane road, and there's the painted line in the middle. He's running on the left side of the road. The McMichael's truck is on the right side of the road, not crossing the double lines. And Travis McMichael is out of the truck with a shotgun in his hand, standing on the left side of the road, which is the same side that Mr. Arbery is running down. Now, let's talk about the possession or carrying of a gun to a citizen's arrest. Now, according to Georgia law, the McMichaels are within the constitutional rights and the open carry laws of Georgia to possess and also put guns in their vehicle whenever they travel. And just because you are traveling to conduct a citizen's arrest or whatever the case may be, does not negate your constitutional right to open carry. Now, when they get out of the car with a shotgun, which is a long gun or shotgun according to Georgia law, they have a right to open carry that gun. That does not necessitate or does not indicate an immediate use of force, because they have a legitimate right by law to carry that gun. Not saying it's right or wrong or whatever the case may be, but they have that right. Mr. Arbery is running down the street. He rounds to the opposite side of the road. He goes around the McMichael's truck, and now he's in a physical altercation at the front of the truck with Travis McMichael, fighting for a shotgun. Now, there is the law that pertains to self-defense. Both McMichael and Arbery at this point have a reasonable expectation of self-defense as they're fighting for a weapon. If Arbery he had no duty to retreat. If he believed that they were conducting an illegal citizen's arrest, which is kind of hard to believe since he ran from the residence that he was potentially burglarizing. But regardless of that, if he believes that they are unjustifiably arresting him, he don't have a duty to retreat. He don't have a duty to run. He can run straight down the street. And if he's confronted, he can use his self-defense to pull the gun away from McMichael. Also, Travis McMichael, if a suspect is running, you're trying to conduct a citizen's arrest, and that suspect circles behind you and runs at you and fights you for a gun, you have a right to defend yourself by using deadly force. Now, I believe, and I'm not here to make a judgment because they will find out in court who's right and who's wrong in this. The information that I'm giving is rooted in the facts. I've seen the video. I heard the 911 calls, and I want people that are watching this to do your research. Look it up. I am not here to tell you who's guilty and who's not guilty. I'm just here to tell you what the information is and what Georgia law is and how it is articulated in the performance of a citizen's arrest. And also Mr. Arbery's running or jogging, what people say jogging, which is no indication of, down a residential street. I am tired of people lying and being emotional, whether it's intentional or not, about a case in which they have not researched and about individuals whom they do not know and never met. I understand that there will be outrage when you see a person lose their life on video camera. But ladies and gentlemen, do not pick a side. Don't be the person to say, I'm with the black man. Don't be a person to say, I'm with the white man. Be a person that says, I'm with the facts. And I personally believe I dispelled every single argument that has come against this case with facts. I'm not picking a side. You shouldn't pick a side. You're proven innocent. You're innocent, presumed innocent until proven guilty. These individuals that have been arrested for murder. They are innocent until proven guilty. The prosecution has the burden to prove them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If you ask me my personal opinion, based on my training and experience, I do not think they're going to be found guilty of murder. Based on the statutes, based on the stand your ground law, based on open carry laws, based on citizens arrest laws, based on the law of felony first degree burglary, all of those things are going to be a defense that could potentially get them out of second degree murder. If they charge them with first degree murder, there's no way. Second degree murder, that doesn't seem that there's a good chance. Manslaughter is the only possible crime that could have been committed here given the totality of circumstances. Now, at the end of the day, the court is going to do it. The juries are going to hear the case. There's information that you don't know and I don't know that will come out during the hearing. And when all that information is out, I trust that the justice system will give the right verdict. And if that's a guilty verdict, then that's what it is. In our judicial system, you have a right to appeal, and you have a right to fight your case if you feel like it was unduly and it was negligent, or you feel like that the case was unfair. I think that's pretty much it. I go live to let people know. You can look on my Instagram to see more information, but I figured that I will give a quick synopsis as quick as I can give on information that has been provided, laws that have been cited, and slightly my conclusion about what I think will happen in the court of law. I believe, again, it's unfortunate that the justice system performed a knee-jerk reaction by arresting them for murder because of public outrage. I believe this should have gone to a grand jury like it was suggested by the prosecutor, who did not recuse himself. And they should have been able to hear both arguments and proceed with probable cause arrest if necessary. To do this in under 48 hours after getting asked to investigate this, it is not a good look. It's not a good criminal justice precedent. But at the end of the day, we're going to see who was right and who's wrong with all the information presented. Let me add this. People that think they've seen everything, you haven't seen nearly enough. There are 4 or 5 witnesses on this case. There are 4 other cases linked to this case. 3 of them, or two or three of them are trespassing. 1 is a theft from a motor vehicle, and 1 is a burglary link. So this is not the first incident in which Arbery is associated. By the police enforcement and law enforcement connectivity, they have connected and linked 4 or 5 other cases as associated cases where Mr. Arbery could potentially be a suspect in. Like I said, there's 5 more witnesses. We do not have their testimony. We do not have documentation of it. I haven't seen it. If you've seen it, send it to me. There are plenty of officers that were on the scene. CID detectives, they were on the scene. Crime scene, the people who took photos, the autopsy, all of those are investigatory information that we are not privy to. There's surveillance camera that I just expressed to you. That's a partial camera angle. That's only the external. They have access to the internal angle. They only show 7 seconds on the media. I have not been able to obtain the entire video footage. So ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot still out there. And please, please, please use the information that's provided, understanding that there could be more. And don't hate your brother if they disagree with you. Anyway, let me know if B Tatum tripping. Like, subscribe to the channel. Y'all hit the bell.
Okay, let me share this real fast. All right, so you see where you're at. Hey, Chief, if you can see this right here, bro, this is going to be very damaging. You dig? Okay. What is all this foolishness, man? Dang. Yeah, all this extra stuff. I can't even read it. Okay. So here it says burglary and home invasions in Georgia. Hey, Stupies, take notes here. All right. It says all states mean all states, have laws that prohibit going into someone else's home or property without permission. In Georgia, it is crime called burglary to enter into a home, building, or vehicle. So they're not saying trespassing, they're saying burglary or vehicle with the intent to commit or a crime inside. Residential burglary, sometimes called home invasion burglary, carries very stiff penalties and can be punished by up to life imprisonment. Georgia also criminalizes trespass going, so now it's focused on trespassing now. What is trespassing? Going onto someone else's property without permission. You get it? That's trespassing without permission. Although it is a less serious crime than burglary, okay, so it explains both. Both burglary and trespassing, the law says you cannot go into somebody's property without permission. So that's very clear. So if we can't even, so I'm breaking it down to this, Chief. I'm saying, forget about everything else. Can we just say not illegal, illegal? Can we just say it was a wrong idea? The chat right now, I need you to press 1. If it was at least a wrong, looking back, it was a wrong idea to walk in that house. If you guys can agree with that, just press 1 and I'm cool. If y'all can't agree with that, then I can't do anything with you. Chief, you got it.
people people talking about your argument is weak. And they need to know that this is not your argument. This is just law.
Right.
We're talking about what's gonna happen in court. So on my page, people was like, we can't even question or be curious about what's gonna happen or what's going on without being accused of fighting for white men.
Right. Right.
People are a trip. These people are still in their feelings.
Yep.
I mean,
Psychologist.
it's like anybody you show or anything, like it'd be like, who is that? Is he a real officer? Oh,
Yeah,
wait a
right,
minute.
right, right. It's all these extra questions now.
You can't discuss nothing without people critiquing you and getting
Right.
into your personality. Just listen to the information. So like, somebody said, hold on, why is he media? Now, I will say this about former Officer Tate, because I read some stuff. The burglary thing is not going to hold, but he's just kind of speculating and guessing and trying to
Right. All
figure it out.
options. That's all.
Right? He's just throwing out the options and what could or couldn't. So he's letting you know that he's not sure. He's just kind of reviewing, basically, just telling people some of the facts. So, but I did see another attorney who who kind of debunked the burglary thing, because he actually didn't take nothing, and the door was open, so it wasn't like he had to break something to enter it. But he is definitely trespassing. It's possible that someone may push for more than trespassing or say he was doing more than trespassing. I don't know, but it was a horrible, horrible idea to do that. You know what I mean? Like I keep telling people want to keep using these words, a construction site. That's a home. That's someone's home that's just being remodeled.
But it wouldn't even matter because what I read, it brought in construction site as well. So building, period. Said without permission, it's still trespassing, probably, and also burglary, depending upon, everything.
Right. Like even real construction sites, you can't go on no real construction site. That's like trespassing. And you can't go on no construction sites without a hard hat. You'll get the foreman and the people who's in charge in trouble. They can get their whole site shut down for um, the rules not being followed. It's serious going on like real construction site. You cannot do that. There's signs everywhere.
Right.
But I just don't understand what's wrong with, like, I was around during the OJ case, right? So I'm 50. I've been around with a lot of different. Every year there's a racism murder case. So I've been seeing them since I was a kid. You know what I mean? So I've learned not to get all emotional and just take a look and review it. You know what I mean? I've seen many more cases every year. I've been around longer, so I don't get as emotional as others. So I'm able to at this point look at things objectively. You know what I mean? Unbiased.
Right. Right.
So I remember when the OJ case was going on, people was arguing back and forth. People were splitting, arguing with each other. This is just what happens when you review cases and people taking sides. And I want this person to get off. I want that person. So like, people want the people to be punished, which is fine, but you don't have to like lie to yourself and be biased in your argument just because you want this person to get convicted. No, that's so silly shit.
Right.
I
Right.
don't, I don't know. People just be on the trip. It's hard taking reality. And I just want to mention because we was on your live stream the other day, and I pulled up some facts today, and I knew it would piss people off when I posted it. But the stats say that more Black people have killed civilian white people, more than civilian white people have killed Black people, and we're only 14%. So Black civilians kill more white civilians than white civilians kill Black civilians. I'm like, what are people gonna say about that?
Right. That's crazy.
It's just crazy. So, I'm always of the impression of, we already know white folks' history is bad.
Right.
I don't need to continue to keep preaching to the choir. Okay. I don't need to keep, oh, this white man, hold on. Can
They
you hear
love
me?
to hear it every chance they get, man.
Oh, the white man is, oh, the white man is. Like they trying to prove the white man is evil. I mean, like,
Right.
we know he's bad. We know
Right.
he has a bad history. Why you don't have to prove that to me. So my focus is black folk. I can't change no white folk. If I'm getting on people, it's gonna be getting on black folk. Why you don't get on white folk? I don't have no white Facebook friends like that. Who the hell am I? When I'm talking to people on my Facebook page, I'm talking to black folk. Black folk need to be corrected and uplifted. Black folk need to be taught what's right and wrong and how to progress. I don't spend my time talking about white folk. Black folk is my concern. Black folk is who I want to see uplifted.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I don't get nothing out of, oh, the white man. I've been doing that for fucking years. Nobody disagrees that white folk have a horrible history.
Right.
Nobody disagrees with that.
They don't even disagree. Right.
You know what I mean? So do I need to keep pushing? Oh, then white folk, they do. It's already known. Now let's focus on you niggas. What's y'all problem? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. We have a weak spot when it comes to addressing like our own dirt, or our own contributions to something. So for those who came late, nobody is saying that dude deserved to be shot. Okay, so you came late, but you should know better. You should know never to come late in an ongoing live and start giving opinions. Like that's not responsible at all.
People just come in and start running their mouth.
Yeah. Like, come on, man. Like that's not wise. It's not responsible. I would never do that. So I kind of hold y'all to the standard I hold myself to. Like I would sit there and listen, then I will do what some other people did, and I will ask questions in the chat. Hopefully, a member in the chat can answer, or the host himself, or a guest like ChiefX. But you don't come into a chat start assuming. You dig? So again, even most of us that speak on this say that we believe that, this is all speculation and beliefs, opinions, but we believe those two white guys probably most likely were racist. You dig? And we're happy that they had a reason to do the things they did. So again, like I said earlier, I believe they act according to the law. From which I heard the law was, but with that same law, they could have also did nothing. You dig? That's also legal to just call the cops, let the cops do their job. But they decided to go all out. And like I said, I believe that was excessive. Just my opinion. I said that they can also have just trailed Aubrey, right? Because they're in the car. He can't run a car. They could just trailed him and told the cops his coordinates. You dig? And until they got to him, they could have done that, but they decided to go further. So for that reason, I believe that they should, be held responsible for that. You did, because like they played a part.
Now they may get a manslaughter charge at most, but it's very possible they can get off on a self-defense charge.
Right. So now you guys heard it from my mouth again. Who came late? You dig? We believe that they were really being excessive, and we believe they had some possible racial motives there to go as far as they did. Maybe they wouldn't have did that with another, especially their own suspect of trespass or burglary. You dig? So we're saying that. So you got that? Can you copy that in your head? Now, what we also got to accept is that going into that house was a bad idea, and grabbing the gun was a bad idea. So the story starts off and ends with two bad ideas. The first one was going to the home, and the second one was reaching for the gun. Because now, why do I say reaching for the gun was a bad idea? Because you gave the Michelsons a reason to play victim, right? And then use the stand your ground law or self-defense now. Without that, they wouldn't have had that. So that's why I say the grab your gun was a bad idea. So both people chose bad decisions. You dig? And as a result, and unfortunately, a life was lost. So again, I believe the white boys are excessive, and if they check their background, they might find some hate stuff in the emails or Facebook posts, and that might help convict them. You dig, right, ChiefX?
Yeah, did you see the mother being interviewed on The View this morning?
No. Whose mother? Aubrey's?
Aubrey's mother was being
No.
interviewed on The View. So I was listening closely to her, and they asked her many questions, and they asked her what the police told her how he died, and basically, she told them the bullshit police report that he was burglarizing a house and was shot during a burglary, which was a lie.
Right.
But as I'm watching her, she said she had believed the police, right, until this video came out, right? And what was this chick asked her question, and she paused, and I said, the way she's answering, she sounded like she know her son could get in trouble and didn't. It seemed like she knew her son had mental health issues, and if an incident happened, he would be in big trouble.
Okay.
I'm looking at all three of his pictures I've seen. I definitely see mental health issues in his face. That's why there was a couple reports that he has a history of mental health issues. I think the kid is a little off mentally. And that's why he made these bad decisions and walking around 2 miles away from home. So the video even shows him walking a whole block before he even got to the house. So we know he wasn't out jogging. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, right, exactly.
So
I know that.
Yeah, the video clearly shows him just walking down the street. I wonder, I just really wonder, who did he know someone in the neighborhood? What was he doing? I wish, but this stuff will come out eventually.
The good thing is that we're early, and that's why it's bad to make assumptions and start, Black Power, when you don't know all the results. You dig? Like you should, a wise person would be, will wait and be patient and only speak on what's actually there. You dig? Now, I noticed 15 likes, 15 dislikes. All right. If any of you guys that press dislike is a supporter of this channel and be on this panel, you just co-signed another horrible decision. Why would you dislike a channel that you're a part of?
These people are emotional.
But does that make sense? That's like suicide. Why would you dislike? Because this channel is basically you. You did.
Hey, sweet stupides. We're all giving opinions and trying to assume and trying to figure it out.
Right.
Do you want us to sit up here and lie and make up some facts and lie? This is just crazy. We're trying to figure it out. We don't have all the facts, so we're assuming and guessing and using our experience and our intuition to try to figure things out, and that's okay.
And we're also leaving the door of opportunity of being wrong. You dig? There might be some evidence that clearly shows, racial intent or hateful desire. Maybe they plotted this, but what we do know, a Chief, was one of those phone calls of burglary, was one of those calls legit about the gun being stolen?
Gun stolen?
Yeah, it's something about a break-in and a gun stolen from a car, something like that. Is that one of the phone calls?
Oh, I don't have info on that. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yes, we gotta look that up. But yeah, so we have no problem leaving open the door of anything, the possibility of anything. You guys are the ones, right, that's closing the door and saying he's innocent, they're guilty, he had no part, and that's just it. You guys close the door. So that means whatever evidence come out from here on, you have to dismiss.
Yeah, and also people keep bringing up this thing talking about the homeowner saying it was okay and nothing was stolen. We already know nothing was stolen. We watching it. He didn't really. Right. It wasn't really nothing to steal.
Right.
So people to feel because the homeowners saying nothing was stolen, that means it's all okay and he
Yeah,
good.
yeah, right.
No, but the homeowner did not want him in her house. They was just stating that.
But Chief, what these irresponsible people are doing is sending a low key bad intentions or bad messages, because you're saying essentially that it's okay to go into private property as long as you don't steal anything. Like, see, you're condoning that type of behavior. I'm saying that's wrong. We shouldn't do that. And I'm saying that was a bad idea for him or anybody, not just him, you, me. That's a bad idea for us to go into a home that we don't own.
Right. And if anybody doesn't think it's a bad idea and saying we can just go in there, they're giving the public and kids, whoever's listening, children, a bad fucking idea.
Yeah, but they probably been doing that their whole entire life, though. You dig?
Right. Then
Like,
I have people on my Facebook page. They're so emotional and they know they were wrong, so they're pivoting. And it's people talking about you're supposed to rush a gun. I'm like, are you? It's like the coronavirus, and you just telling people bad information and like that. You know what I
right.
mean? What do you tell people? People are actually saying you supposed to rush a gun, try to
Wow.
take it. This is crazy,
Yeah.
and I hope their
Anything.
children ain't listening.
Right. See, that's what they do. They don't know their ignorance and stupidity. It's like it's the wrong information, for our youth. But this is how they operate, man. They're just selfish and emotionally. And this is most of their lives. I guarantee you none of them are really involved in the youth, in the community. And this is why they can be that irresponsible. See, I'm involved with the youth. You dig? So I always have them on my mind. Like, okay, let me, all my actions pretty much anything I say, I make sure that nothing can harm them in any type of way. But it's we got a lot of hateful Negroes.
Amber said we're jacking each other off.
Well, yeah, well, she be off the rocker sometimes. Yeah, they just saying any old thing. But she's the same one that says that when Polite was on that site, she says that's not enough evidence to say he was a scammer. Okay, so
I remember that.
Yeah, so we already know about that. So I'm not worried about her opposition, her trolling. When you justify Polite, when he got caught by the owner himself. The owner himself said, I have nothing to do with that guy. Polite didn't.
Right, like, and the owner is my Facebook friend.
Wow, that's crazy. And look,
we at the time it happened, we inboxed. He was pissed at Polite.
My God.
He was also pissed that Polite put his construction site in jeopardy by being there with no hard hat. If any like construction authorities or people who kind of regulate that had seen that, he could have got fined big time.
Wow. And Polite and gave new covenant the credit, all type of stuff. And but when you could look at that and you can't discern that was a scam, like your
intuition and your thinking is off if you think that was a scam.
Yeah.
I can't listen to nothing else you say.
Yeah, if you can't admit that, I mean, like, she might be the only person in the world that knows Polite that says that ain't scamming. Even he thought it was. He apologized.
That's a mental health issue.
Yeah. So that type of thinking, what you say about me is nothing. You dig? I think a lot of by now I'm very secure in my thinking. I'm very confident in my thinking, and that's not gonna bother me. Because we are going with we're considering everything. We're considering the evidence. We're giving evidence. We're giving speculation on both sides. We're saying, I said earlier, I said that there's a and like, who can argue this? I said, there's a possibility that he rushed the gun because he felt like they got me and I got to get away. Right. Then I said, the second possibility is he might have felt like, hey, I really ain't take anything. I was there. Okay, big deal, but I ain't taking anything. And these guys are out to do me harm. You dig? I felt, he might have heard stories. He might have watched YouTube and things like that and heard, Blackology stories. He could have really felt like, this is it. I'd rather go down fighting than go down, not fighting like some people do. So like, that's a possibility. He could have thought that and just irrationally charged the gun. You dig?
I asked two dudes if they were living in a neighborhood and they seen in an all-black neighborhood and they seen a white guy run out their auntie house across the street.
Right.
What would they do? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They would check into it. That's what they
Right.
would do.
Yeah, we will all do that. Like it don't matter who it is. If we are like, think about it. Imagine we about to start a cookout, and we got the grill back there, we got meat back there, and we see in it doesn't matter if they from the neighborhood, from another neighborhood. If we see somebody back there, like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, who back there? He just haul butt. Like, your first thought is, why is he running? What did he take? So your first reaction is, let me chase after him and see what intel I could get from him. I'm gonna ask him, what are you doing back there, dude? Because you want to make sure he doesn't do that again. Like, you chase people to get questions, to question them, to get answers, so they don't come back again. That's what you do.
Yeah. It's just for the record, I hope the two white guys do get a manslaughter charge.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, we both are now on record saying we hope they get locked up.
Yep, I hope they get a manslaughter charge. But still, I want to discuss the case.
Right, and as the evidence reveals, so if they are denying that, that's why I said, can we forget about right or wrong, illegal trespassing? I put all that to the side, and you see how disingenuous they are. I said, can we at least admit that he should not been on that property? They only Tim's and somebody else admitted that. I think Asiatic black man, that's about it. The rest of the chat act like they didn't hear it or just ignored it or disagreed.
Yeah, I was sad when I seen that. I said, you know what? We just dealing with some
Peace
disingenuous
also
people.
that, yeah. What that mean? You know, you get emotional, go. Like, we having a real conversation. And Chief, this is why sometimes I'd be hesitant to talk about things like this, especially when you're holding black folks accountable. Forget about black and white issues. Just conversations of holding black folks accountable. Like, we have a hard problem talking about that, man. We have a hard problem holding each other accountable. We got excuses for days. Now, look, we got all these excuses. How, no, that ain't it, that ain't it, that ain't it. But these same Negroes will tell you how we're depressed and we're oppressed. Like, yo, so which is it? Do we have excuses or we don't have excuses? Which is it? Because I'm attempting to have a dialogue on solving some of my issues. But now we don't have issues. We're perfect.
Okay, indigenous black man and a couple other people keep bringing up he shouldn't have. We know he shouldn't have died. He shouldn't be dead.
Right.
It's not, I mean, what? Who disagrees with this? So if no one disagrees, why do people keep saying that?
So indigenous, you heard us both say it, dude. So there's no point to bring it back up.
Jesus Christ.
Again, I'm telling you, the little conversations we had when we attempted to hold black folks accountable for our actions, this happened. The reactions happened. You dig? The emotions happen.
Once they couldn't admit to trespassing,
it's over.
I knew the conversation was a waste of time.
It's over. They're just reacting off pure emotions. So I guess you know what we'll do? We have no choice but to wait for more evidence. And in between time, I guess we got to talk about debates. You did, because y'all not mature enough to handle a real conversation. We got to talk about debates. We got to talk about, all type of stuff to make y'all happy again, all the drama and stuff.
Yeah. They talking about we're dragging him.
Okay. Indigenous, I don't know. He said he trespassed. Well, indigenous, that's all we want you to accept.
Thank you.
That's it. We want you to accept. So now indigenous, we are good. So there's no dragging. We got to start right there. Like right there, we're saying if there's no trespass, there's possibly no chase.
They all knew the homeowner, Amber. I mean, are you guys not reading reports? What's going on?
No, they only hear emotionally.
I mean, like really, like it's reports out right there. They know the homeowner. All the killers know the homeowner. Get that through your head.
Right. I mean, make your mind up. Is this a racist town or not? I heard that last live we had. This is a racist town. What if it's a racist town? How they don't know each other? Right? They're all racist. and they're across from each other. Like, how they don't know each other? Like, that might be our issue, but I don't know if that's their issue.
Jody Breeze, nobody agrees with dying.
Okay, Jody Breeze, why you keep mixing up dying and trespassing? You dig? Like, yeah, I don't know why why I mentioning dying at all. Like we're done with that part. That's the last thing that happened. You know, we're talking about things that led up to that. We're first seeing who is mature enough to accept anything. So we started with trespassing first. Now we're getting people to accept that it was trespassing, or if you don't want that, if you don't like that language, you are at least agreeing that he should not have been on the property. Okay, so we're starting right there, and then we're working up to the dying part.
people people want to pick and choose who they believe too. That
Yeah.
one day they don't believe the white man, and then one day say the homeowner and attorney lying.
Yeah.
Pick and choose when they want to believe
Right. Yeah.
folks,
So
when they don't
which
want to
white man
believe
be lying? And that'd be killing me too, ChiefX. They do that often. They pick and choose their white man that they like, and like that's what the 5G supporters do. That's a conspiracy theorist. Like the vaccine anti-vaxxers, they always choose which white boy they like.
And we just said no, the attorney and homeowner not lying. He didn't take anything. We agreed.
Right.
we just said that a few minutes ago.
Okay, so let me ask, who said that? Okay, Gary, put the link in who? For who? So put the link. Oh, drop the link. Drop a link. Where's the link? Okay, so brother Didac Mercury says there are a lot of places that a lot of people don't supposed to be. Again, dude, who are saying? See, you see this, Chief? Who is
He came
saying?
in late. The people just come in, run their mouth. They ain't heard.
Brother Didac, who is saying
the brother? Heard it. Rewind, push rewind, and just be quiet.
Who is saying he didn't belong in the community? We're saying that he did not belong in that property. Like nobody belongs on property that you're not giving permission to access or you own. And you got to make your mind up. Okay, first of all, Chief, they are all over the place. Watch this. Is the town racist? Watch this. Excuse me. Do you guys still support the thought that that town was racist? Because Chief, I got the soundbite to that. I know who said it, and I see those who chat, I screenshot and everything.
So what are you saying? They speaking on people they don't know?
Right.
Oh boy.
Okay, brother died. Look. The brother Didac said we're saying this. Yo, who said he was at the wrong place at the wrong time? Hey, yo, dude. Nah.
I mean, yeah, nobody's saying that, but you can kind of use your common sense on that. If he's dead, maybe he.
Right. and the thing is, the thing is what I'm saying. I can't speak for Chief, but what I'm saying is this: it was a bad idea, and some of you finally agreed. And some of you still didn't agree, which shows, if you didn't chat that you agree that he shouldn't have been there, then I'm going to assume, rightfully so, that you agree that he should have been there. You think that didn't matter. But for those who agree that he should not have been there, we are right to assume that the Michelsons, whatever their name is, probably wouldn't have gave chase if he was just regularly jogging. Because if he's jogging one day, right, Chief, he must have jogged there before.
Right.
And this is the new route.
Yeah, I want to see somebody, some attorney was talking about there's some pictures.
Oh, they got pictures?
It's some pictures of something, but they haven't came out yet. But investigation going on. It's gonna be a whole lot of people mad.
Yeah, another thing, guys.
But then ain't nobody gonna apologize.
Right. Yeah, nobody gonna do that. And another thing, guys, who is that? Gullah. You can't just throw a link in there and say play it. Like, it's not that simple. Like, I played a link from Facebook. Like you might not been on my channel recently, but I've been flagged twice already. Yeah, Unbiased. This channel has been flagged twice from. I think Chief. One time I was talking sports and I was playing some highlights of. We were comparing Megatron, as Calvin Johnson, Terrell Owens, and Randy Moss, who's the best receiver. And I was playing highlight clips and I got flagged. And I got flagged before. So Gullah, I just can't play a YouTube link. I got flagged twice. So you know what I mean? So I'm good with playing. If it ain't Sonetta, Chief, or somebody I know, Timo Sire, somebody I know personally, I can't play that. I can't risk another strike. Because you know, you be spending for like 3 months, the whole summer.
I had a strike. I was paranoid as hell because if you get 3, you fucked up.
Yeah, see, I'm not trying to get a third strike, Gullah. So I just can't. So what I did today was I played a link from Facebook that was out of YouTube. So I don't know Facebook rules, but I played that link, but it wasn't a YouTube link. I know YouTube flagged me twice. And matter of fact, all my channels pretty much flagged. Even my alternative channels, Chief, they all got like 2 strikes. But I got channels.
And by the way, I posted a video on my Facebook page of a hillbilly shooting another hillbilly.
Oh yeah, see?
He got too close to him and he blasted on this hillbilly neighbor.
Damn.
And they neighbors. They weren't even strangers. They neighbors. It's still blasted.
Yeah. You see that. You see, like, so they're gonna do what they do regardless.
They trigger happy whoever run up on them.
Right. And you give them, if you give them a reason, which you shouldn't do, and this is what I'm trying to say, like we are the case is already done, right? He's dead and they are locked up. So it's gonna be what it be, right, Chief? We are speaking for forward prevention. We're saying that we should not act like it's cool to approach property guessing whether we have permission or not. We're saying, especially in states where they can carry. New Jersey, New York, you can't carry out here. And I think PA too. No, PA you can carry. But New York, New Jersey, you can't carry. So maybe you can peek at somebody's property over here. They can't kill you.
Well, I don't know, but in California, when I remodeled my home, did not one person walk in there. And they better not walk in there.
Right. Come on, man. Like we're sending the wrong message. But people just are so emotional that they can't even be like logical at this point. It's crazy, yo. The message is you should not forget about what happened. We're saying, I'm talking to you guys, and hopefully you can spread it to the youth that nobody should walk into somebody else's property that you don't have permission to access or own. Period.
Yeah, but a lot of these niggas they never had shit, so they don't respect.
Yeah, that's true. And that's why I said a lot of people don't have a good rapport with the children either. So that's why they can't relate to being responsible when it comes, to children, certain things that they can receive. So I get it. I get it.
And I'm gonna just say it. I ain't dragging a kid, but I'm gonna just say it. That boy was dumb as fuck. That's ChiefX talking. That's not Unbiased. The boy was stupid as fuck and made some stupid move, running around in circles, doing all kind of crazy shit. I'm like, why don't this nigga just walk and chill the fuck out? He's running around and crazy because he feels guilty. When they yelled at him from running up out their house, he felt guilty ever since.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely one way to look at it, and that's why I say, for you guys saying that he had permission or he didn't or he had the right to be there, then why? My question to you is this: then why would a neighbor yells at you, you haul butt? Like why? A person who had permission, like for example, Chief, my boy does real estate. Sometimes he's in the chat, by the way, and I have him come on the channel. He does real estate. When you're a real estate agent, you are told to walk up on property. You don't have like a red hat. Say, hey, look at me, I'm real estate. They don't know who the hell you are.
Right.
You dig? So
yeah, I can see if you were walking out, you would have been a problem. But you sprinting out the house, that's like, why is it?
Right. So Chief, all this dude do, he called me sometimes, he wanted a job, he approached homes all day long. He's wearing regular, there's no uniform for that, just regular clothes. So when he's in a house, right, he'll tell you, Chief, that it's dangerous, even for him who is supposed to be there. Neighbors calling the cops, neighbors coming out. Does he run? Does he run? No, because he's supposed to be there. So he comes out and now neighbors got no right to question him, by the way, right? In New Jersey, So he comes out and he still explains, hey, I'm so-and-so, I'm a real estate agent, I'm here meeting the owner, or I'm doing something for my agency. You know, that's what you do when you have a right to be there. He's not going to haul butt in the car and pull off.
Right.
The neighbor's
Like,
going to take pictures, call the cops, you know, things like that.
I remember when I was a realtor, right? So I was trying to get this lady a home. So we went to go. No. I used to go see the home first by myself.
Right.
Then I'll go get my client and then we'll go check it out. So when I went to go check out the home, I walked up to it, you know, had my tie on and everything. It was all closed up. So I just walked around the back. And I'm walking to my car and I get in my car. This is kind of off the subject. But I'm feeling something on my neck, on my legs, and fleas all over my pants and
You said, please?
yeah.
Damn.
And they got all in my car. It took me a week to get all the fleas out my car. Fleas are the devil.
Yeah.
So I was mad at the realtor because the selling realtor didn't tell me not to go in the backyard and that the whole fucking yard was flea ridden.
Wow. No, fleas are not the devil, dude. Because I had that problem too with my dog. So it was my own crib. My dog in the basement was flea ridden, and I went down there, and eventually I became a better dog owner. But I was 13, you dig, and you walk down there, you was filled with fleas. And my brothers would tell you, my boys would tell you. But that was a small issue. Bed bugs are the devil. When you get a bed bug problem, man, I bought a cheap bed. I'm trying, you know, back in my broke man days, I'm trying to be, you know, cheap. Get over. I bought a cheap bed. That thing was all right until that plastic broke. Man, that bed bug issue, I don't think mosquitoes, roaches.
Well, you got bit up.
Yeah, bro. And guess what? They won't bite anybody else but you. So
see the fleas though, they itch forever.
Right, wait, I know you ain't talking about itching. Nah, yo, that's nowhere near a bed bite, but a bed bug bite. First of all, it itch and it's painful, Chief. It's painful, and your whole arm is red. Your whole leg, all your legs are red. It's like a painful bite, bruh. Look, I've been bitten by both, and the fleas do itch, but that's it. It just itch. The bed bugs they are painful. You can't even touch that area, man. Don't get in the shower.
Okay, I never had a bed bug bite.
Man, you don't want one. I guarantee you're gonna change your mindset. You're gonna say no, the bed bugs are the devil. If we ask the chat right now, what would you rather have? Bed bugs, roaches, rats, or mosquitoes? An infestation of mosquitoes. Watch how they be like, I don't know, because the bed bugs are that bad. Look. You hear all the look. Hey, yo, read the chat. Bed bugs are no joke, bro. I would rather not have. I could deal with the mice, the mosquito. I had all those before. Roach, I hate roaches. I hate the German roaches. But damn it, I'd rather have them because at least they don't bite you. You can't sleep, and guess what, ChiefX? They follow you wherever you go, so you could bring them to your man's or your aunt's house and infest her whole crib with just a few of them. Infestate her crib, and it's over. She's gonna be mad at you because it costs a lot of money. But the chat knows. I give you prop. Okay, yeah, I'm trying to tell you, man. Them bed bugs are crazy, but you know, so I'm pretty much like this was really an update or the situation, and wasn't really all day beat down Aubrey or the Michelson. This was just an update on like the information, and also on speculation, like giving you possibilities of both, and letting you know that it's okay. Like Aubrey shouldn't have been gunned down, but he also shouldn't have been at that home. You dig? Like Ray from what's that? South Central. Ray shouldn't have took that radio. You dig? But he didn't deserve to get shot. We gotta admit that Ray shouldn't have took that radio in another man's yard, stealing from his car. But he took the
once he ran up at that house and drew suspicion, just a chain of actions, and this shit went haywire.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Again,
it's just a whole big old tragedy that should never happen.
again, Chief, if he'd have walked out, now look at these people who are dishonest. You guys, if he'd have walked out normally, and the white guy was on the phone and just talk to him, say, hey, I was just checking the home out or whatever. I was fascinated by, I always wanted to know what was behind it. I jogged here, once every often, and I seen his house be built pretty fast. I was just interested in how it looks. I'm sorry, I will leave and never come back. I can't see them chasing him then, ChiefX.
Right. Yeah, just walk out and be like, oh no, I was just checking out the house.
Right. And just walk away.
Apologies if I wasn't supposed to be in there. Apologies, my bad.
Right. If you want to call the cops, go ahead. Yes, you're right. But I won't be back here ever again. I guarantee that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause this type of problem. I even look at it like that. I'm sorry. And then he'd have kept walking. At best, they might have just called the cops. Just to make sure you ain't take anything, you dig? But I'm pretty sure he'd have been like, don't come back. I'm pretty sure he would have heard that. But I doubt if they'd have chased him after that in a car with guns and stuff. See, but that's what they want to believe. They want to believe that all white folks just got it in for black folks. And every second they just want to kill us.
Hey, Unbiased, I gotta go.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to watch that 50 Cent series.
All right, but thanks for coming through and building. The people are definitely glad you came through and share some more insight. I'm not gonna stay here much longer myself. It's late for us. It's 1:23, and I ain't trying to wake up too late. All right, but ChiefX, thanks for coming through, man.
All right, no problem, bro.
All right, peace.
Easy.
Okay, so Son Jata Still, you said I have a good show. You definitely need a big artist. Thank you, bro. And guess what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna broaden the subjects because all we do is, Rob Bourne pretty much said it. We talk about debates, we recap, we expose this person, that person. You dig? The content is like limited. You dig? So because it is limited to what goes on in the community, the quote unquote community. So you're right. I'm going to expand. Like I'm going to talk more about sports. My name is Unbiased Sports. I haven't talked sports. I haven't dedicated one, night and one live to sports. So we're going to talk about sports. Other panelists have talked about sitcoms and shows before. They've done that. Definitely had good bills on that, good lives on that. But yeah, we definitely want to expand. And that's why I'm talking about this. This is something that the black and white thing is something I kind of restrain from. I know how emotions get. People ain't gonna think logically. They're gonna just react emotionally. I get it. They're gonna play defense. I get it. So for that reason, I try to stay away from things like this. But I realize if I stay away from these different things, then I'm back subjected to talking about what goes in the community. This person said that. He's a scammer. She said this. You dig? So you are right. It's time to expand our audience and to talk about different things. Let me see what Atiba said. I'm just passing by. Is this discussion about a disturbed individual, home invasion, the good old American justice system, burglary, a lynching, a person with weak bladder, or bed bug? Fill me in. All of that. Yeah, because this show, like, unless like we have topics and we stick to them, like for a second, like you came in too late. Like this live was all about the Georgia shooting, and then how much we gonna talk about it? Like I'm redundant at this time. I said what I said. The chat agreed. The chat disagreed. They said what they said. At that point, it's redundant. So we was a good hour or two in on that. It's time to move on to a new subject. Maybe people could get back regular. Emotions go. People feel back happy again. You dig? We are already depressed and miserable to some sense for staying home all day. Now we don't want to have to argue and disagree on a live stream. So I'm trying to water the tension down. Talk about new things, you dig? But we always do this. Like this is normal. We'll have a subject, and then when we get tired of it, we would naturally migrate somewhere else. So it was the wrong home. Indigenous black man says white police shouldn't have ran up in the couple's house and killed the sister and jailed the brother. You're talking about something else. I will probably agree. Brother Didac says they did call cops. 3 people died 911. What you seen was a premeditated murder in the first degree. They plotted. Okay. I mean, if I can't I can't. That's possible. Brother Didac, I can't tell you that's not possible. See, the problem is you guys telling me was not possible. But then you'll say that and say that's possible. It's all possible. Now we just need the evidence to surface and back us up in our, opinions. I can't even call it hypothesis because we're just really opinionated because not enough evidence to build a hypothesis on. So yeah, I got no problem with that. What else was said? So yeah, so the video, that's the only thing about it. The video is it's a YouTube video. And I got 2 strikes already. And it's not like you guys actually sub to my alternative channel. My alternate channel, had you done that, then maybe I take a risk. But you guys ain't even do that. I had an alternative channel. I said, guys, sub to my alternative channel, and I would take more risk on sharing videos, certain things being said. I would take more risk because now everybody's over here. We're all on cool. But that wasn't even done correctly because I attempted to go live over there. We got, a quarter of the people that comes over here. So, all right, we can't do that. But that's why I did that. I did that. I did that so I can play videos on that channel. So we can all meet there and I can do what you just said, Gary. I can play those videos over there. And if they cancel that channel, so what? Because we have this channel to always fall back on, and I could create a new channel. But, you guys didn't sub to that one. So now I'm just Unbiased Sports. You dig? And I got to just be careful what I play. Does that make sense? So Brother Didac says, my hero, the martyr for Black people, is Anthony Farrell of Milwaukee, who was brave enough to stop his oppressors and their rhetoric at the Coors Miller Brewing Company in my hometown. What rhetoric are you speaking of, Brother Didac? Educate us. Because, like I said, I'm not going to keep you long here. I'm going to log off in a minute. But what rhetoric do you speak of? What rhetoric? Peace, Wudjau. So actually, Wudjau, perfect. Because I'm actually done what I had to say. I've been on here for a little bit. I can send you the link and you can go in. You dig? And, if you would like, that'd be a great change of pace, I'm by myself because I didn't want to argue with anybody. You did? Because, when we have a difference in opinions, people start arguing, you get emotional, voices get raised, and all of a sudden you're beefing. So I'm wise enough to know that what I'm going to say tonight is controversial. So I'm wise enough not to have a panel of people who can possibly, turn up, I turn up, and it goes ugly. You dig? I'm that wise. Okay, so that's why. But anyway, so you missed the conversation. So a quick recap. So we talked about the jogger. I played the ex-officer Tatum. Don't know who he is. I learned about him through ChiefX channel. So what we talked about, or what I talked about, was the possibilities, you dig, that was surrounding the events, because a lot of evidence from what I'm hearing is not all released yet. So there's more going on that they're releasing in pieces, you dig. So from what we got from today or up to today's date was that Mr. Arbery approached a home that he does not own. Okay, so basically he's on private property. Okay, the story of him going out for a jog, that seems to be fading away by the new evidence, the new video evidence. Like, people are kind of abandoning that story. So that's gone. So cops were called, somebody tried to get his attention. He bolted from the house. He didn't come out and ask him what's going on, why you calling the cops, or why you yelling at me? I'm here for whatever my reasons are. He didn't do that. He took off. So from those two actions, you approached a home you don't live at, and when you were confronted, you bolted. Like, we have to admit that seems like he knew he didn't belong there. You dig? And if you don't believe that, then you would know the court of law gonna act like that. You dig? So you can be in denial all you want. Okay, when I say you, that's anybody. It's a plural now. So I'm saying you can be in denial all you want, but you know in court that's not gonna look good. You dig? So the whole story of he had the right to be there, you're just chasing, you're capping, and that's dangerous. That's a dangerous message you're sending to the youth. My message is don't be in places that you don't have permission to be, and you have no reason to be there. You dig? That's my message to the youth. My message is responsible. So anyway, he was on property, private property that he did not belong. Somebody challenged him like, hey, what you doing back there? Or whatever was being said. I can only imagine something like that. The dude bolted. You know, he did not confront the accuser, you could say, or the person yelling at him. He bolted. So now when you bolt, and let's say if the guy was calling for him because he didn't belong back there, and you bolt, of course, if you just walk away, maybe call the cops, maybe not. If you just show you don't have anything, nah, look, man, what's going on? You don't belong back there. And he yells at you, yeah, oh, I'm sorry, I'll never come back there again. I would just sightseeing. It's a beautiful home, but I have nothing on me. I didn't take anything. I understand if you want to call the cops, but trust me, it was an honest, exploration. You dig? And he walks away. Like, I'll never come back. I promise you that. Something like that. Maybe no cops are called. Maybe nobody chases you after that. But that's not what happened. He bolted. So when you bolted, like life, whether right or wrong, and this is what you guys don't get, whether you're right or wrong, life is really based upon your decisions. You can make a decision that seems well. You're at your job, there's a function that you were not supposed to do, you're not qualified for, but it's obvious you can do it. And it's probably necessary at that time. It's probably very necessary. If you turn that knob, the water stops leaking. You dig? But unfortunately, you're not qualified to turn that knob. At that job, it says this is only for, let's say, technicians. You dig? Line mechanics, whatever. You touch that knob, it says your job could be at risk. Although you turn that knob and it stopped the leak, you will probably get fired for those actions. So every action has consequences, and it leads to other actions. So it wasn't, in my opinion, and some people agree with me, I'm not crazy. That was a bad idea to go to that private property and like look around. Whatever you did there, that was a bad idea. That idea led, whether you thought it was good or bad or justified, well, guess what? Let's go with facts then. We don't know. It could have been good, bad, whatever. My opinion is bad, but let's say we don't know. But we do know this. That idea led to a chase. There's no denial there. Yeah, nah, Rakim, definitely. We want all the information to come out. But the reason why I'm talking now is because I heard that former cop, singular. I heard that former cop video, and he kind of like enlightened me of more things that were involved. So that's why I said, all right, well, let me do it live. This was supposed to be like an update, you dig, on possible scenarios. It's a harmless live, you dig. People got their emotions. They press. They dislike the video, a channel that they're tied to, a channel who embraces them, that lets them on the panel. They're a part of the channel, you dig? So that's like suicide. Like, you dislike a channel that you are benefiting from, like just helping you get, if you ever want to be a YouTuber or be on certain panels, like this helps you get your name out. All panels, every panel I've been on helped me get my name out. You dig? People got familiar with my name, in my opinion. So now, not only your name, but they could like who you are by what you say. You dig? So that's how I got on panels, and I became of certain groups or certain, research teams. They liked what I had to say after I was on a panel. So, but who would dislike a channel that they plan to benefit from somehow? That's just weird. Whether you disagree with the message or not, that's something you didn't do. Like, there's some, like, I support Tariq Nasheed, but there are some things like lately I don't like, but I like him, so I'm not gonna dislike his channel. I just don't press anything. And sometimes some people I follow, if what they post I'm confused about, it's not worthy of a dislike, but I just press like just for support. Like, okay, I don't know what this is about, but I press like because I support you. This particular content right here, I don't know what this is, but I press like just out of support for you. Like, that's just how I do, because I'm not a bitter person in life. You know, I really, for me to dislike a video, I really it gotta be something, you know, deep, not somebody's opinion that they're justifying by, you know, logic and some evidence. That's just weird. But again, whether you like or dislike, okay, fine. You know, don't forget, a lot of you guys come here. Can you like the conversations? You like the panelists? You like the diversity in the panels? And, you know, I had different people from different groups. That's not really done like that anywhere else. So you guys like that, and like the subjects. You know, there's no dictator host. Like, you guys like that. Okay, so just know when you dislike something, it goes away. Then what are you left with? Because, you know, for me, this is a sacrifice. I don't know about for you guys, but if I show my tab right now, you're gonna see a whole bunch of tabs of like 2-hour videos that I plan on watching at some point. And then I got people sending me videos and links and articles to read all day long. And then people call me in between all this. So like to go live is a sacrifice for me, man. I could be doing so much things that I want to do. I believe it's going to help me level up in life. Not just read for personal interest or read just to debate. I have so many things to do that's going to help me level up in life. But I sacrifice and say, you know what? Let me come on here, take this sacrifice, and share thoughts with the fam and build. You dig? And that's what I do. I can easily just wait for Sinetta to go live and call up like everybody else do. I can easily wait for Sinetta to go live, call up, and talk like everybody else do. Hey, Sinetta, and comment on the debate or whatever it's about, and just do that only. I can easily do that. Every time I call, I get through. You dig? But I feel like, I feel like, yeah, I'll support call in when the subject is right for me. But for the most part, I like to talk for a reason. I'm not just trying to clout chase. I like to really talk. I feel like a lot of content I bring can be appreciated. You dig? That's all. But if when you guys get afraid of different opinions, when you guys get intimidated by that, where I'm gonna press like, because you know you never pressed like before, but all of a sudden I have one video that you don't like, you disagree, mainly because you're emotional. Because I explain my logic of why I think a certain way. It wasn't some random just talk. I reiterated. I've been redundant. I've been repetitive. And you guys, that's that religious mindset. You disagree with me, so we're enemies. That's that religious mindset. That's what religious folks do. You gotta agree or it's an issue. So we got Wudjau on deck. We got Haskell coming in. Because I said what I said, you know, and I'm okay if people disagree.
Hey, peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, peace.
Let it out.
Yeah, Uda.
Peace.
All right. Yeah, peace. What's going on? Yeah, I tuned in, like, really. I mean, you know, I tuned in. I typed in peace to everybody when I tuned in. So I know I missed the whole thing. I see you've been on for 2 hours, and I looked at the title. So I missed it. I missed everything. So I don't know what you talked about, but I did want to say something that I said before, and I say this every now and then when these occasions come up, when you have an untimely death of someone, um, our folks and stuff like that. And so this is what I always make sure I suggest to people, right? Is that um, we have to understand the difference between things that we don't like and versus whether it is lawful for a person to do X, Y, or Z.
Right.
And a lot of people don't separate those two things. And it comes out in people's statements, their emotions, and all that other kind of stuff. And so if you deal with law, if you're familiar with law, or you know someone who's a lawyer, or unfortunately, if you had run-ins with the law, then you probably know. But there's a big difference between what's lawful versus what you don't like, or you don't want to happen, or you don't feel that should happen. And so once people understand that, and you can tell people really don't understand that, because if we really really understood that, then a lot more of us would pursue politics, or become legislators, or become lawmakers, or deal with anything with law on a local level, state level, or even a federal level, if we really really understood that. But we don't. And so we're participants in politics and in the legal system, in the legislative branches of government. That's where the laws are made, amended, and all the other kind of things. Because we may not like something, but it may be lawful. And so at this stage, with the current event, with the young brother getting shot and everything, um at this stage of events, the men have been arrested. So at this point, it's going to come down to what was lawful versus what wasn't lawful. And so, however we feel, however we may not like what has occurred, or we feel that should not have ever happened and stuff, and we can always do the hindsight commentary. At this stage in the game, that's what it's going to come down to. What is lawful?
Right.
What action was lawful and what was not lawful? And that's what it is. And even in that, it's in a state by state basis. And I say that because we've like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when Black Lives Matter was a very very progressive hashtag, and we had a string of police brutalities and people getting gunned down and everything. When that was like prevalent in social media, what I saw people mistakenly do is that they would have the same, they would look at every single case the same way, and not understand that every state has a different set of laws.
Right.
So Georgia has, I live in Georgia, so we have our statute, Georgia code. It's different than Florida. It's different than North Carolina, South Carolina, and so on and so forth. In Washington D.C., you can't even have a gun at all. And in some other states, and I'm from Washington D.C., you can't have a handgun, shotgun, anything, no firearm at all. Going to Maryland, all you have to be is I think it was 21 years old, and no felony, all the other kind of stuff. But so my point though is, even when we get the understanding that it comes down to, at certain stages, it comes down to what's lawful and what's not, then the definition of what is lawful is state dependent. It depends on the state's laws and everything. And so we have to keep all that stuff in mind when people are having, these discussions and everything. And then lastly, the last thing I want to say is that sometimes we have to just learn when to be quiet, because sometimes we jump the gun and get and formulate opinions and give commentary way prematurely. Like we don't know hardly anything, and then we already just talking. And I've seen it many times with different, different circumstances. Some dealing with person's life, some dealing with whatever else, you know. And I worked as a paralegal helping working with attorneys for a good while. And I've seen it. And what scares me, this is what scares me, having that experience that I had with attorneys, is I've seen juries, right? Um a jury, a sitting jury, where, like, I would be afraid that people's level of discernment, to be able to discern fact from fiction, and
Right,
for
right.
people to discern evidence, man, you would not believe how off people are. Like, there's things that because can be submitted as evidence, and you know it's evidence because it's submitted and you have access to it, but it's not just evidence. It's how the law applies to that evidence.
Right.
That's also a key factor. So the way the judicial system works now, it's definitely not perfect. The judicial system has flaws big time. But what they try to do is to make sure that people understand those differences. Okay, here's the evidence. Here are all the exhibits and all the evidence, testimonies, evidence, all, the judge gives what's called a charge. They charge a jury, and you really have to educate the jury. And that's what the lawyers on both sides, prosecutor and defense attorneys, they also function as teachers, because they have to actually educate the jury on various different things. That's what I call expert testimonies and stuff like that. And then the judge charges the jury and lays down those differences between, okay, here's the evidence and here's the law,
Right.
you know. And there's been many situations where an event or some kind of thing happen that nobody likes. The average lay person be like, oh, that's crazy. Like, man, somebody should get in trouble. But when the law is brought into and it's applied to it, it's not illegal. It's not against the law. And if it's not against the law, or if you can't apply the law to it, you have to acquit on that particular count or charge, even though we don't like it. And it may be something that we don't agree with at all. And so that's really hard for us as just human, thinking human beings, and we got emotions and stuff like that. So I'm telling you, it's really rough to see that. So anyway, that's all I want to say, is that people really should take into consideration. I don't even speak on these events until, the after the fact type stuff, because I know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, the one thing that I think we all can say very safely is that um a life lost, a life was lost. And um for even all of the accusations that are levied against the young brother or whatnot, we wouldn't equate that with a deserving loss of life.
Right.
And I think everybody can agree to that. But I think everybody should just stop with that, and just wait for the other, the facts to come out, because you're not gonna be privy to everything. The case is not going to be tried in the media effectively. So it's like you're gonna have to wait. So anyway, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and I think that's good information, good advice. Good information, good advice. Haskell, did you were there, you want to say anything? Haskell. If not, I'm gonna send Lynn the number. You there, Haskell? No? All right. And Lynn, are you ready, Lynn? I'm gonna send Lynn the number. Hey, Lynn, are
Well,
you
while you doing that, I'm reading the comments, and bro Didac Mercury, he said, it sounds to me that the brother is rewarding bad behavior, talking about what is lawful and what is not lawful. That sounds like an excuse, is a monument of nothing, of nothingness. Um, Let me just kind of just give a comment to that. If you go back and listen to what I said, the way that actually things work is what I was describing. If we don't like the way that the system works and how the system process of the system, then it is upon us to participate in there and make change. Because I'm gonna tell you this, you're not gonna change anything standing on the sideline. If you live in a state, and within your state you live in a county, or you live in a city, or you live in just a your neighborhood, what do you call those neighborhood things? You got your neighborhood kind of government, whatever. If you Wherever you live at, if there are things you do not like about the way it's governed, you sitting at home complaining about it is not going to do anything. You have to actually participate. You have to actually get involved, become a legislator to be able to change the law. If you don't like the law, you have to change it. Period. Or leave. If you don't like the law that governs you, if you're not willing to participate and seek change, then your best bet is to move and go somewhere else and live in a place where you do agree with the laws.
right?
It's just that simple. Straight like that. It's just that simple.
The way they feel is this. They some of them, or a few people are reactionary, where something happens, they don't understand the law because, like you said, they're looking at the offense, and to them, that's enough for, a conviction. So when they hear that, no, that what you thought was worthy of a conviction is actually lawful. That's worthy of an acquittance or nothing, no charges, nothing. So when they find that out, then they respond like this. Oh, they either say y'all got to change that law or they got to change that law. See, so they put it back on them to go ahead and do all the work and change the laws. And like you just said, it's really not on them because they think the law is fine. They agree with it. Is you are the one who disagree with the law. So what are you doing about that law that you disagree with?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Um, government, there's branches of government, and the branch that's responsible for making the laws is the legislative branch. The one that's responsible for you got the judicial branch that judicates and things. And so then you have law enforcement. And we think, if you really think about it, if there has to be a law to enforce. And so if you disagree with the laws, then you're going to have an issue when they're enforced.
Right.
And so based on your demographic, the way that it should be, and I'm not saying it's like this at all, but it's not, it's our fault though. Because if you live in a state, well, not even say, let's say a city. If you live in a city that is 90% African American, then it stands to reason, and just using basic logic, that the way that city is governed is in accordance with the citizens of that city, the majority of the citizens in that city. And the only way you can get that is if the citizens themselves participate and become the government. Because remember, government is a functions as, just what the word says. It's there to govern, but the government is made up of human beings. And so if you're gonna allow somebody who you disagree with govern you, then you're asking for trouble.
Right.
So if you make up 90% of a city, then you better be that whatever that demographic is should be governing themselves. That's just the bottom line. And that's what people got to understand. We have to understand. We have to start moving like that. And I raised this issue even in the ADOS conversation. Similar issue with the ADOS conversation. Because there's really no reason over a period of time, there's really no reason why a certain demographic don't control an entire state or several states, plural. Whatever that demographic is. And I keep saying that we have to really define the we, and that we cannot be defined based on skin color, because people who have the same skin color, look like you, look like me, and this and the third, doesn't mean that we all agree. So whoever that we is, they have to understand that, they have to govern themselves. And that's just the bottom line. So I mean, I'm not speaking specifically to this situation, and I probably won't until it's all whatever, because I already know how how things how things unfold in terms of the lack of information and people prematurely giving commentary about things. And it's okay, but see, if you're honest enough to admit when you're handicapped and when you don't know. But man, I've just in the past few days, I've heard people speak on it. They're speaking not from that stance that they don't know. They're speaking as if they know. And I'm like, wow. But I don't chime in, because when it comes to life and death, it's like, I just don't think we should be doing that. Nah. Indigenous black man, you still want to take over a state. Listen, to even say take over a state, we don't participate. You remember, I'm from Washington D.C. When I grew up in D.C., I didn't even see a white person. I lived in D.C. all my young life, and I never saw a white person around. So I'm on TV, but I ain't seen nobody walking around. None. You have to go to the well, put it this way, you go downtown, and downtown is where the Capitol, the White House, 16th Street, Pennsylvania Avenue, North Capitol Street. The way DC is mapped out, nobody should ever get lost in DC. If you get lost in DC, you are just like retarded, because the streets in DC are in numerical order, and they're in alphabetical order.
Really?
And they all stem from the Capitol building. The Capitol building is the center axis. And you got North Capitol Street, which divides east and west. Then you have East Capitol, or whatever, the streets that divide north and south. So you got Northwest DC, Southwest DC, Northeast and Southeast DC, but it's blocked out like that. So you can't get lost. I mean, you shouldn't get lost. It's crazy. But anyway, what I'm saying is that when you get, the closer you get to the Capitol, where downtown is, the White House is, the Capitol, the Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial, Jefferson Memorial, all that stuff right there, all the museums, Air and Space Museum and stuff like that. That's where you see, I'm speaking from me growing up. That's where I would see white people, because they're coming to tour, they coming to see the monument or whatever, and all that other kind of stuff. But nowhere outside of that. And plus that's where all the government buildings are and everything downtown. But outside of that, nah. Nope. And we had a black mayor, black chief of police, and everything. And so that's, so I know as far as demographic, how that looks when that happens. And we were the councilmen and all that kind of stuff back then. But I was young, so I didn't, that wasn't my focus. I wasn't into that and stuff I was ignorant of and everything. But look, in hindsight, I could look back now and be like, wow, in those situations, that's where you're supposed to really flex and and put things in place that we want, that advance our interests as a people or as a community.
Right.
That's the only way we're going to be able to do that. And so me saying taking over a state, it's not like taking over a state. It's participating. Your demographics means everything. That's why they take the census every 10 years to allocate money, budgets, and do stats and stuff. That's big boy stuff. Stats are very powerful of any kind. And you take a census and everything. They know demographics and they know where, who, what spots or what and everything like that. So, anyway, we got to become politically literate and more politically participant and be the lawmakers, because it makes absolutely no sense to sit here year after year, decade after decade and complain, but don't participate.
Right.
Can't do that. Yeah, Indigenous Black man, I go back to DC now. It is nothing like how it was. Man, I ain't even recognize the same streets that I knew and I know like the back of my hand. I didn't even recognize. Boy, I would not think that I was there. Even the streets are not even black anymore. We had that black asphalt on all the streets.
Yeah, really?
It's low. You know how a highway looks, right?
Yeah.
That I don't know what type of concrete, whatever that is, what it's called, but that beige light color street, I mean, that they use on highways, on certain or bridges or whatever the case is, they have redone streets in DC with that. That was never like that. And I ain't recognized the streets. They planted trees where trees weren't there.
Yeah.
I seen white people walk their dogs in neighborhoods. I would have never seen that.
Wow.
Growing up. I'm like, oh, really? Because it's different from a tour. Now, when people outside walking their dogs, sitting on the stoop and stuff, I'm like, man, it has changed. It has really, really changed. It's completely different. It's totally different. Totally. And I'm talking about straight hood. Like, I don't know. Like anybody from DC, anybody know DC area, they know certain places I could name. Palmer Park, Berry Farms, Georgia Avenue, 7th and T Street, and stuff like that. They know that white won't even come out of nobody's mouth. But you go there now, it's totally different. The Howard Theater, the Wonder Bread spot. These landmark things are gone. These landmark places are just gone. Down. But anyway, I'm on my soapbox now. But yeah, that's all I want to say.
Yeah, that's interesting. But yes, same thing out here. Well, in my city, it was like, predominantly black and Hispanics came. Wait, let me ask you this. So before they gentrified it with, I guess, European, did you have an influx with Hispanics first? Like I see a lot happen before they move in themselves.
Nah, I thought about that. Nah, I really didn't see that. If anything, what I witnessed was not an influx of Hispanic people, but I saw businesses. I saw Asians come in heavy with businesses, and the business of choice was Chinese carryouts. That chicken with fried rice and mumbo sauce was a hit.
Wow.
Like you couldn't go on any like main drag and not find a Chinese carryout.
Wow.
Open all night with those big dinosaur looking chicken wings with fried rice and mumbo sauce. And I'm telling you, anybody listen, if anybody's in the chat right now that knows DC, when I say chicken and mumbo sauce, they know for a fact that I'm from DC.
Really? That's crazy.
Chicken and mumbo sauce, boy. That, like, you could tell somebody from DC. If people don't know what that is, nah.
What about beef and broccoli?
Oh, beef and broccoli. Nah, it was about well, the Chinese carryouts, it was about chicken and mumbo sauce or pepper steak.
Okay.
Or the egg rolls. They had the people. I mean, I know Everybody I knew get the egg rolls, chicken and mumbo sauce, or pepper steak.
The egg roll. That's a little thing.
That was it. But anyway, so that's what I'm saying. I didn't see Hispanics come in like that. I seen Chinese people or Asians come in, but they didn't live there.
Yeah, that's interesting.
They never live. You never saw where they live. You never saw where they live. They come in there, they got the business going on, and that's it.
Yeah, that's a good point because my man, I don't know if it's not confirmed. They just kind of really familiar, but my man had moved like a good distance from where I live at. You dig? And one day we was over there and across the street with some neighbors. There's some Chinese folks, and we could have sworn that these were the Chinese folks that lived. I mean, at the business in my city. Now, mind you, this city is nobody in their right mind would think to, if that was actually them, nobody in their right mind would think, hey, let's put his business over there. That was totally far, a good 50 minutes. And it was like unnecessary. Like you could build something around here somewhere. So maybe they did that too. Maybe they put something in Baltimore. They live like 40, 50 minutes, like just far away from it. That's why you guys didn't know where they live.
Yep, seriously. I mean, no, I mean I used to go to Chinese carryout so much that they get to know you. And it still does today. Chinese when the Asians own the Chinese carryouts and stuff, they start bringing their other family members in to help work, and then if they have children, they homeschool their children in the store.
Yeah.
And so if you live there long enough, you actually see their children grow up, like their children growing up with you.
Right. They get little, then they get a little older. Right.
And then they behind the counter, cutting up and learning whatever. But then years go by, they work in the register now.
Right. They serving you like, man, what are you doing? Get back
They
over there.
serve you and they straight speaking full-fledged English and that's it. And that's their mode. But they don't live in the area at all.
Right.
At all, because when you get to know them, you're like, where you live at? Oh, I live out there in Bethesda, Maryland. Like, you come way down here?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I live in Bethesda, and you already know what time it is in Bethesda. Like, that's, you spending a pretty penny living out there.
How many minutes away?
Oh, Bethesda. Well, Bethesda specifically, like, is way up George Avenue towards, Silver Spring and stuff. So that's like I don't even remember like how long that would take, but that's a quite a distance.
So like you use the terminology. You said there was Chinese what? Like they did what? You ordered and what happened? What's it called again? Like not the food, service.
The service?
You called it something. You said Chinese something.
Well, I don't even remember what I said.
No, like the way you put it. You said you said they used to order right the egg rolls and all that type of stuff, the mumbo sauce, but it was a type of service they provided. You called it. Like I don't want to paraphrase because I'm gonna mess you up. So I want you to say it.
Oh no, I don't remember what I don't remember how I said it.
Like, okay, so let's do this then. So when you order, right, was it a dine-in?
Oh, it was the carry out.
Okay, there you go. That's what you said, right? Because like that's unfamiliar. We don't use that language over here. So what does that mean? Carry out?
Oh, literally, you carry it out. You don't.
Like takeout. Like okay, see, we say takeout.
Yeah, we say carry out. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you could tell where people are from, or like let's say I was fronting, and I'm really not from DC. You could tell by like, for example, Chefrin. Well, you could tell by the way he say dog, him and Unc. Yeah. You could tell they from Baltimore, Doug. Like get that Doug out of here. But there's certain things like I would be able to tell if somebody's from DC because we never said takeaway. We never said that. Yeah. It was Chinese carry out. Are you going to the carry out? Yeah, I'm walking to the carry out. You come with me? It was like carry outs everywhere.
When you said that, like that made my mind. I read the chat, and somebody said something. It was Tim's. Tim's like translated back to how I would say it. So he said, yeah, I spent a lot of money back in the day on Chinese takeout. So when he used my language, when you said carry out, I'm thinking that you order and Chinese folks brought it to you on their bicycles.
Oh no.
Yeah, when you said like that, and when Tim said, "Yeah, I spent money too on takeouts," so he like said it like he was like reinterpreting you. So that's what I said. Say that one more time because now I'm like, is carry out takeout?
Yeah. It's the same thing. You go up in there in the bulletproof glass. You got order your food, and then then you carry it out.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, so it's takeout.
Chinese carry out.
Yeah, that's
That was it.
weird. That's funny. That's funny.
We didn't say takeout. And see, but it's interesting you brought that up because somebody else, like I know, in London, they say take away.
Okay.
Are you gonna get takeaway? You know, they say takeaway. Some people say takeout. Let's order some takeout. And we say, nah, I'm gonna get some carry out. And that's how it is. And see, I can tell indigenous black man is either from DC, knows somebody from DC, he got a family from DC, or he's in DC now. Cause he's saying all the words that we used to use. Like
Okay.
youngin. Like what's
Yeah,
up,
yeah,
young? Like
yeah,
youngin. Like
yeah.
what's up like that? Like we didn't say just what's up. It was like what's up like that.
Oh yeah, nah, we never. But the youngin thing, we said that.
Yeah, youngin. Like what's up, youngin? Oh, this my
Yeah.
youngin right here.
Nah,
And Joe,
we say
everybody's a
that now.
Joe. Everybody's Joe. What's up, Joe? Everybody's Joe.
Wait. You said Joe?
Everybody's Joe.
What's up, Joe? Yo, oh my God. Yeah, the yo, like the way Chef used yo, like
Mhm.
we don't use yo like that, the way he used it. You dig?
Spurt. That's Shepherd. Spurt. You feel
Yeah.
me?
Yeah. You feel me thing, that be killing me. And then like the whole the Doug, that's just hilarious. I could never get used to that.
You feel me?
Yeah.
Spurt. Like it's certain things that say, and see, that's how DC has that little drag. It has a little thing. Now I've moved. I've been out of DC for so long that when I talk to people that still live there, my friends still live there, they consider me country now.
Okay.
Yeah, they like the way I talk.
Who?
No, I'm talking about people that I my friends that still live in
From
DC.
Maryland? From what? DC?
Yeah.
They got nerd. Yeah, all country.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Somebody from New York and Jersey will say that about
All of
DC.
y'all.
Yeah, all of us. But
Y'all all
from me
country.
to them, man, and they're right though. They're right. Like my THs, I literally hear it's deteriorated. I pronounce TH as a D a lot of times
Gotcha.
now. Like
Yeah.
instead of saying
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
or give me that, like that. I don't even say that.
Yeah, but they say do. They be like, yo, I like to do, like, you know what I mean? Like they even I heard Dr. Mayat does the same thing. Like they say, yeah, and what I
Dude.
like to do when I go over there is
Oh, do. No, it's due. It's due. It's due. That's like the same thing in Doug. It's due.
uh,
Like what I like to do.
yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's Baltimore. See, Baltimore has its own thing. Yep. And he said Bama. Man, everybody was a Bama. Listen,
What's that?
Alabama was anybody that like Obama was really a word for how you dress at first. It's like, man, you look like Obama. Like you just dress like you just like you didn't have the right stuff on. Like you's Obama.
Okay.
Like, you Obama. But then it moved to like the way people behave later on. But originally, like how we used to use it, it was how you look, how you dress. Oh man, you Obama. And that was like country, like you dress like odd, like you ain't have nothing coordinated or you ain't have the end things, the fashion.
All
Like
right, let
you
me ask you
Obama.
this: like, how fast do slang evolve? Like, for example, like you said, Joe, you said Bama. Like, how long does those words stay relevant before they're no longer used?
I don't know, man. Those words were used for a long time, as long as I can remember.
Okay, I asked
Yeah,
that question
especially youngin.
I asked that question because, bro, our words change so fast that you could be using the word today, and then let's say what is it, May? Let's say October. You try to use that word again, like everybody know you're not caught up.
Oh yeah. We had some words like that. There's some there's yeah, it's there's certain words that's like that. Then there's certain words that just stick.
Yeah,
Just stick.
man. Like this, it's some words that I'm stuck on because I haven't adapted. I'm not around the youth like that. Like the youth, like daily to pick up their slang like that. So
Yeah.
some things I use, like they clearly, like although I'm clearly older than them, but when you use those words that they don't use, like it's like a permanent reminder. Like, okay, dude, you're not with us right now. Like you're
Yeah.
the outsider at this
That
point.
that happens right now. Like my daughters, man, they like the children, teenagers, they say on God or
Oh
bruh.
yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what's up, bruh? And like everybody's bruh this, bruh that,
yeah.
and on
Oh
God
God.
and capping. Like,
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
man,
yeah. That's
capping.
like the capping. Yeah,
I'm like, oh man. So, but yeah, DC had this thing. But I guess, but my point with DC though is that when I was too young to even imagine taking advantage of it or seeing an effect of it, but I lived it, so I know what it looks like when we are the government, locally, that is.
yeah. Right.
And we, like Marion Barry, like I'm sure you heard of Marion Barry.
Yeah.
He was the DC, he was like the people's mayor. Like everybody loved Marion Barry, even when he got caught with the drugs and the drug sting and stuff. That
Yeah.
was a big thing. Even with that, people still
Wow.
uh
I heard he got his job back. They like voted for him again, something like that.
yeah. He I don't think he was mayor. I think he was in like a high ranking city council person
Yeah.
or whatever. I forget. But the police chief, him, and other things. And then you had blacks in government, you had Howard University, prominent Howard University, you had all these different things. And it was like we governed ourselves, so to speak, and like even the police. I've never seen a white police officer growing up.
Really? That's weird. Damn, that's
I'm
weird.
talking about when I was living in DC.
Right, right. That's something I could never relate to. Wow.
Yep. I mean, every single police I saw, because DC got one-way streets and this and that, and
Yeah.
even security or whatever. Because where I lived at, if anybody knows about go-go music, I used to live near this go-go spot called the Black Hole, and it changed name to the Celebrity Hall because Black Hole, I don't know, it got a negative
So no
connotation.
white cops, then y'all didn't have too many problems with like racial profiling or racial stuff like that, right?
Now we couldn't cry that.
Right.
We couldn't use that.
Yeah, exactly. So
We couldn't.
if you got a ticket, you deserved it.
I mean, I don't know. We might not have deserved. People might not have deserved it, but we couldn't say they were racist.
Right, exactly. You're right.
We couldn't say that. I mean, you got some a some some
Right.
anal
Yeah.
police regardless. But I'm just saying, just going through that experience, it just, I mean, I was too young to really really grasp it in real time. But looking back though, I'm saying like today, there's really no excuse today. Think about it. There's no, like, we are very mobile. We live in social media climate. We got the internet, we got travel, um, and all that and everything. There's really no excuse why we haven't migrated to certain pockets within the country with a goal to govern ourselves. There's really no excuse. There's absolutely no excuse for that. And I'm not saying like like somebody pushes a button and flips a switch and then everybody packs up and moves somewhere. It's never like that. It's never an overnight thing. But it's really no excuse for us not to have this attraction or magnet with that strategy, which in to be strategic. If you look at Utah, it's not a racial, ethnic, or social class thing, but it's more so religious, I guess. With the Mormons, they've become demographically, they become a majority in a certain pocket, and they're able to flex and influence. It's just that simple.
Mm.
It's really just that simple. because I mean, think about it. Like, wow, you know, I don't know what the demographic is in Georgia where I'm at now, but I mean, you could pull it up. You could pull these things up. Like, you could look at Wikipedia. There's certain states in history where African Americans or blacks have dominated the state, but we didn't take advantage of it, and then the numbers shift.
Yeah, well,
South Carolina being one of them.
One of them?
Huh?
Oklahoma, one of them.
I'm not sure. I do know South Carolina for sure. If you could pull up South Carolina Wikipedia and just look at its historical population, the census,
Yeah.
from the first one, and just
Right.
look at how it changed, and you can see that we dominated, and then it switched, and then that was a wrap. So, but how many? It's estimated about what 40 million blacks in America.
Somewhere between 40 and 50.
Okay, let's just take the high number. So let's say 50 million. Georgia's total population. Oh, let's see. Let's see how many states would 50 million take up. Let's see that real quick. Let me see something. Let me pull up Georgia. I'm just start where I'm at right now. All right, Georgia state. All right, population of Georgia is, all right, drum roll, 10 million. As of 2019, 10.6 million. So we could round it up to 11 million. Okay, so 11 million people in totality in Georgia.
That's a lot.
All right, it's 11 million, but we have 50 million blacks in the country. So we could fill up all of Georgia and have a whole lot left over. So let's pick another state. What's next to Georgia? Let's pick some. What's Alabama? All right, let's go to Alabama. All right, Alabama. Alabama has a population. What? Wait a minute. The state of Alabama. 5 million?
Is that everybody or just black or just blacks?
No, this is total.
Okay.
So Georgia has a total of 11 million. Alabama has about half of that, 5 million. So that's Georgia, Alabama. We need some more states because we trying to add up to 50 million. But anyway, my point though is like, huh?
Louisiana.
All right, wait, where is that next? That's next to wait, we gotta do Mississippi first. I'm trying to do adjacent states. Okay, so let's do Mississippi first.
Isn't Arkansas somewhere there?
Nah. Arkansas is up. It's up. But wait. So Mississippi, because we're going in a row. All right, the total population for Mississippi is 3 million.
So that's 8. So that's only like 19 million.
All right, so we got to do some more. So hold up. So now let's do Louisiana. All right, Louisiana. We're going. Oh, Louis. All right, Louisiana. We're going to add this up. Total population for Louisiana is 4.6. Let's round it up to 5.
Damn, we're not getting anywhere. We like halfway there.
Man, I didn't realize Georgia. Man, Georgia's double. All right, so we could still fill up all those states and still be left over. All right, so let's go. All right, Florida, because Florida right down here. So let's go to Florida. We're gonna do the whole southeast. This is Florida. Florida total population is 21 million.
All right, so we good now. Or close. Okay, so so we got 11 million from Georgia. We got 5 million from Alabama. We got 3 million from Mississippi, so that's 19 million, right?
And then 5 from Louisiana.
So that's 24 million, and you just gave us
21.
21, so that's 40. What's that? 46 million.
Okay, so we need one more state. Will be South Carolina. So if we had all of those, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, that would cover. That's just swapping the current population with an all-black demographic.
Right.
Right there. And so now, even as I say that, that's not going, nobody's going to pack up and make that happen. There's not even enough weed, like even among people, everybody who call themselves black, they don't agree. Everybody don't agree. But my point though is that as of 2020, there's really no excuse on a much smaller scale where people don't see this as a necessary strategy. Like it shouldn't even be a strategy. It should be just something that is known to do.
Right.
Because everybody else does it.
Right.
But us. Because see, we'll eventually demographically be the majority in an area, but we're consumers, we're renters, and we're just living. We're not governing, we're not the politicians, we're not the lawmakers in those same areas, even right now. But when other people do it, they know enough to be that as well. To whatever. Like you have people who are coming from various African countries. First thing they do, they touch down and they network with a body of people that have all that stuff in mind. And they look out. And see, we'll be the dominant ethnic group or demographic in the area, but we won't dominate in whatever apparatus that governs that area. We won't do that.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. So anyway, that is a problem. That's a problem. Georgia. Now, I was doing total population. I don't know if they break it down for based on ethnicity. I mean, I'm sure we could probably find it somewhere, but I don't know. But still, that's just that. And so when it comes to crimes and things, when we deal with specifics like current events that's going on now and whatever, people have to keep that in mind. We tend to judge every state as if there's a blanket law for every state is the exact same. Nope, that's not it. The demographic is different. The makeup of law enforcement is different. How they train is different, and all of that.
Yeah,
So
I mean, we got a glimpse of it, of how different governors decided to handle this pandemic. You see, some open, some didn't, some partially.
yep. And they as of yesterday, there's talks about shutting Georgia back down.
Really.
Yep.
Yeah, that gotta be Georgia with all those cops being called. With I keep seeing black folks, around, like, kind of like in large numbers, and cops is being called. So that gotta be Georgia, man. Cops being called left and right. These Negroes just don't respect.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Whatever it was, I keep. But you know what? It was irresponsible. I'm not gonna say any names, but like certain people who have a large influence, are sharing these videos of a cop dispersing, like a lot of black people, and there are the video is purposely capturing just when the cops arrive. They're not showing why the cops arrive. You dig? So it's clearly because of the lack of social distancing. So the cops are coming to disperse them. Say, hey, back up. You got to respect, the law. And so they're not, and they're causing a big thing. And so the cops got to lay hands on people, arrest people. It gets crazy. But they're showing, like, they're kind of like controlling the narrative. They're just showing the cops pulling up and just attacking people. They're not showing everything, like why. Because these guys are close. They're bunched up. They're not practicing social distancing. Then when the cops get there, they're talking trash to the cops. And they're still not listening. You dig?
Yeah.
So then the cops, grab them up. And that's all you see. See? It's
Yeah.
war on black folks. So they're doing that whole narrative, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know you've been on like over 2 hours already and talking about the shooting situation, but I don't know if you did already. But remember I told you about the pandemic when it came out. I said it's going to be a viral. It's going to be the talk of the town, and it sure is. And there's a lot. Like a lot of these things are related, not in their specifics, but they're related on higher levels when dealing with the way people think, and the way people think will dictate the way they behave and stuff like that, and interact even with each other and everything. And so, man, we have a real big issue going on, like widespread in just society in general. We have this fake news element. We have where people don't care about, well, I won't say they don't care, but people don't have the wherewithal to discern anymore. Like discernment just kind of went out the window now. It's like whatever, it's all on how something is said now,
Yeah.
as opposed to the accuracy of what's said. And it's a lot of personality driven things, who you like, who you dislike, what color they are, and all that. Like the accuracy or the truthfulness of claims have gone out the window now, like more so than ever. I mean, it's never been um always in, but I'm saying it's just more so than ever now, because information has become democratized, where anybody could say anything, along with the freedom of speech that we have in this country, and the democratization of information. Everybody could say anything, and now it's on how you look saying it or how you sound saying it is what gets you over, as opposed to the accuracy of what you're saying and the work you put into it.
Haskell, get back on this panel, man. Because remember, you was bringing up Bill Gates for something, and you left the panel. I want you to get back on here. I want to handle that real fast. Now, this pandemic, okay? So, I never watched the documentary. I just heard the rebuttals. You know, so during the rebuttals, they played clips of it. Okay, so the theme of the documentary that I've seen so far is based on an ex-scientist, I guess, that worked with Dr. Fauci. Okay, so I'm not going to go into any of the background, nothing. All that matters to me is that this is supposed to be a scientist. Okay, this scientist. So there's some things you just can't. You can make a mistake here and there, but there's some things you just can't ever do in certain professions. It's a blunder. Like, cause you're supposed to know better. This scientist said this. I gotta say, quote unquote scientist now. Cause mentally, I don't know where the hell she's at. But this woman said, the government want us to be infected, all of us to be infected, so we can take the vaccine.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm done. That's it. That's the only soundbite I need, and that's enough to debunk the whole damn documentary in my mind. There's no way you are competent as a doctor making a statement like that. There's no way. You can't even justify that statement.
But listen, that clip, see, it's a documentary that's forthcoming. It's supposed to come out in the summer, the full documentary. The her clip is about 25 minutes, 26 minutes, and that's what they released, her portion, Judy Mikovits. And that thing went viral, and everybody, see, listen, there was a so-called, like, you know, I don't call that stuff debating, but that whole vaccine event last December with I think you were there, you, Garfield, Asar, and everything. Some of the players were in there on the other side,
Right.
the anti-vaxxers and stuff like that. And so from that point, so that was December. That was December. So let's just say December of last year. Then we had the coronavirus outbreak. That didn't wake people up.
Right.
Okay. And now to double down, we're in the 4th month of this year, 5th month now of this year. And the numbers, everybody see the numbers of people who are cases of coronavirus globally, and they got the stats on each state, each country, and all that kind of stuff, the number of deaths and this, that, and the third. And then, so people see that, but now they double down with this documentary that's supposed to come out in the summer. And so people, that's what I mean. This thing has gone viral to where they're using this small portion with this lady as a weapon to support their agenda, the anti-vax agenda, and everything that people have been saying. Now they have this to use and work with. So now it's become viral, and they're using it. And that's what I mean. There's something wrong with the level of discernment just gone out the window. And you know, it never happens overnight. So this is something that has been going on for a minute, and now it's just coming to the surface because it's being fleshed out. But all along, this was deteriorating. The level of discernment and scientific literacy, or that kind of mode of thinking and logic, has been deteriorating for a minute, unnoticed. It's like termites.
Right.
And then before you know it, when you're trying to do something in your house, all of a sudden you see that your wall is weak. That's what's going on. And so this lady, Judy Mikovits, she says, I mean, man, as of now, a lot of people have debunked that her statements point
Right.
for point, claim for claim.
Yeah.
She claimed that there was no charges. She was arrested and no charges.
Yeah,
And this
warrant.
and that.
Yeah, there's no warrant, stuff like that. It was
And that was wrong. That's false. And it's crazy in this day and age that somebody would go out their way to say that when you can actually
I was
pull
thinking the same thing.
the records.
I said, "Dang, you can say that with all the Googling we can do nowadays."
Right. And then she's just said some just things. She said that there's a cover up, there's a conspiracy. Fauci is just like the spearhead of it. She says that the virus, she doesn't use the word created in a lab, but she said manipulated in a lab and released
Yeah.
between Fort Detrick or somewhere else. And what was another thing she was saying? She said that if you get the flu shot, you have a 36% greater chance of contracting COVID-19, and she backs that up with a study that was done before COVID-19 was COVID-19. So that can't be true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so many holes in it that I'm saying it because people are not even picking up just the basic flaws, but they're spreading it. And then on top of that, man, as of May 1st, this bill, House of Representative bill, this bill came out, HR 6666.
Oh my God, man, you can't use the words at all. And we claim to be not, a lot of us say we're not religious. Not everybody, but for those who use that and you're not religious, like, shame on
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's saying something about the bill that's not even in it.
you.
Like it's crazy. They're saying that I mean, I don't know if you heard this Dr. Buttar or whatever, Rashid Buttar.
Maybe by face.
Yeah, him
Is he
and
in
Dr.
it?
Shiva.
Okay.
Those are like the two.
I'm very aware of Dr. Shiva. Some fool put me on Dr. Shiva, like, I think way back, like maybe October. You know how people run their mouth too much and they give you doctors bragging. Well,
Yeah.
see, what they do is, I never knew about them, so I'm like, thanks for the heads up. So I go and research the guy, and I see all the stupid stuff they're saying. So I'm definitely aware of Shiva. I'm not aware of the other person.
Man, listen, this stuff is so easy to debunk that it's really alarming. Like I'm alarmed. Like I thought I couldn't be surprised because I know, the trends and how things go. But on this, I'm actually a little bit surprised and I'm worried though. Like it's scary at this point that people can't discern some basic stuff, basic stuff. Instead of pulling up the bill, people are going to listen to this rant
Right,
that
right.
this guy did on Facebook and
Well,
YouTube.
now, that's the correct way to use appeal to authority at that point. Like, you believe this authoritative figure, they said it is true. I ain't gotta look it up.
And that's not good. And matter of fact, he doesn't even read it. Like in his video, he doesn't even read it. Because if you're gonna educate, if you're in a position, you got followers and people are listening to you, people want to hear your opinion about something. If you're gonna talk about a bill, at the very least, read the daggone bill. Like read it and then give your commentary, but read
Like
it.
you said, the scary thing is that you can, like, the woman, she can go out there and say, there's been no warrant, or I have not no charges, and we have good, like, so easy to find out. You could say that, and then that happens. The dude can mention something that's not in the bill. that means that they have no respect for the public. Like they think we are just well, let me say this, not us. They have no respect for those who are anti-vaxxers or conspiracy theorists because they're like they will accept anything that's anti-government. They just gonna take hook, line, and sinker. So we could tell them anything.
Yeah.
We're gonna take it.
And it's to our detriment. It's to, like, people are so illogical, they don't realize that they are contradicting themselves. So, for example, they'll say things like the numbers are not true. Like when we say, like, if we pull up the stats on the pandemic, the global cases versus the global deaths versus the global recovery, all those stats, right? When, and we did, I think we did on your channel where we talked about it, and then it became an issue of, well, how do we really know if
Right.
those numbers are accurate and this, that, and the third? And we all know that those numbers, that we need more testing. We need people to have the ability to be tested in order for the numbers, the resolution of the numbers, to be greater and more accurate. And so we're dealing with um, numbers as they are. Those are the stats as they are. And so people were cheering on, okay, they need testing. We need more testing, and so on and so forth. People complaining about how long the tests are taking and this and that and everything. Then the government the government is saying that in order to reopen, they have a roadmap to reopen. They had, like, I think 6 itemized or bullet things that must be done or should be done before the government sanctions full reopening, and that's going to really go back to the way it was, but it's a new normal. And one of the things was um way more testing, contact tracing, the ability to isolate, and then the ability to handle bona fide cases, people who have contracted it and need hospitalization. And I'm probably skipping some, but those are like the main ones. Everybody knows this. So now people think that it's just going to magically happen. So the government, the congressmen get together, put the bill together to actually facilitate that. They
Right.
and HR 6666 is really a money appropriation bill. It's to set aside a grant to entities that will carry these things out. And if you read it, that's all it's saying. But people are taking that and they run with it. They're saying that it allows the government to come to your house and test you. And if you have a false positive, they can even take your child away from you and separate family. First they separated us socially by locking us down and shelter in and all this and that. Now they're gonna separate on a family level and take children away from their parents and husbands against it, from their wives, and wives against the husband, all that kind of stuff. And so what's happening is they're blaming the government of showing these statistics and these numbers for the purpose of scaring the public.
Right.
But
Right.
yet they themselves are fear mongers.
Yeah.
They're the ones that's saying that they're the ones that's inciting fear, saying the government's going to take your child if he tests positive. And a positive test doesn't even mean he really has it, because the antibody test is not really a sure thing, and it could be false positive and blah blah blah. They're the ones that's doing it. So it's almost like in reverse. It's almost totally in reverse about everything. The stuff they say about Bill Gates, the stuff they say about Fauci. Matter of fact, I don't know if you saw it. Fauci testified today.
I got some of it. I didn't get a chance to see it all, but I was like skipping. I was checking it and then getting on, checking and getting on.
Oh yeah, well, if you get a chance, you gotta see it. You gotta see it because a lot of what people were saying about him today, he killed it, because he was saying the opposite of what people say he say.
Wow.
Like he said, like he told Congress today, he said, we are nowhere near a vaccine. He said we are at least a year and a half to 2 years away.
Right. So that killed a whole. They want a vaccine
To make either make money or to mandate this vaccine and do this and that. He's like, nah, we're not even there yet. He's like, we don't even know. He's like, we're still learning about the consequences of the virus. Like they recently found it in men's semen. They first it was respiratory, latching onto ACE2 receptors in the lungs. Then they found it in the kidneys, then the GI tract, now in the semen. Before that, it was the brain. And now they finding that children have a way delayed reaction to it.
I heard about that. Yeah.
These young children, and the young children cases are growing, so they got their eyes on it, and they're studying it. So it's no real data yet, but they're monitoring that. And so they're like, vaccine, like, huh? What? So it's like, so it can't be the vaccine thing. It can't be that. And then there's a claim by Judy Mikovits and stuff saying the flu shot. Like people have taken her same cited source and saying that those people who have a flu shot are more susceptible to get COVID-19 or coronavirus. And or they're saying that if you have a flu shot, you'll test positive for coronavirus. And they don't even know that the flu shot doesn't even have coronavirus in it.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Little simple things like that is researchable, that's knowable. These are not things that are secretive behind some closed door in a vault somewhere.
Yeah, that's interesting. The flu shot, I'm trying to remember. I know it's not a attenuated vaccine. I don't know if it's inactivated or subunit. I forgot which one the flu is.
Well, whatever it is, it doesn't have coronavirus in it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But that's what people are saying. If you'll test positive.
Yeah,
for it.
Yeah, they gotta source up with any vaccine trying to save what's in any of them, because some don't have the antigen at all in it. Like, for example, the rubella, the varicella, the chickenpox, the one version of the rabies, they got what Platt would say dead baby fetuses inside of you. Dig said that's not the antigen at all. You dig? It's something that responds. The system picks it up like it's rubella, like it's those things, and it built antibodies. So this is not an antigen at all, and the body still responded as though it is. Matter of fact, I'm gonna touch on that tomorrow. The whole dead baby fetus thing.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying to you before. I was saying, I think anybody who has the time and to put together
you made me go back. You're the one that did that. So when you said that, I started to go back into all of my notes, and because I know more now, I started to refine it and make it shorter. Because most of that stuff is like every detail of it, but we can paraphrase it nowadays because we know more. When you know more, you could like sum it up a little better and just shorten it. It don't have to be this long read. But like that's when I first came across. But now we've been talking about so long, some of it I could just pretty much recite. I don't really need the paper too much. But that's the first thing I'm gonna address. I'm gonna address the dead baby fetus.
Right. But I'm gonna tell you what's needed. What's needed is a Walmart for addressing these things. And by Walmart, I'm talking about like a one-stop shop.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I was telling you about.
The website was a great
website situation, because like it's needed. Like, Snopes is out there. You got factchecker.org or whatever. You got a couple of sites that do it, but they're like widespread on topics. They're like all over the place, but like something that's more in tune with the conversations.
That's a great point, because none of them really address what the argument. They don't really know the arguments like that, to be honest. So like there's no Walmart that address all the arguments. See, like they might give you the science behind them, and that's cool, but we need something to address the arguments, the things you'll be confronted with once you say you're pro-vaccines. And I agree with that. There needs to be a website for that. And I agree. So hopefully I got something in the mail. Hopefully, I mean they keep lying to me, but hopefully they say no, this time if you certify, you'll get some money. But we'll see.
Well, but see, here's where I say that's a slightly different, is because, like I said, there's a couple of websites that have some good fact checking things on there, but they scattered. Like it's scattered, it's topically scattered, right? What I was saying is that what we're calling a social community, and the conversations that we see on these various platforms, it needs its version of Snopes or a fact checking thing based on the level of information or content that pops up in our circles, like that we see, because those websites address things, on a national level, like whatever. But in these circles, because I'm telling you, a lot of these arguments come up over and over and over again. I heard somebody call in, on I can't even keep up with which channel it was on.
Yeah.
But somebody called in and was talking about this HR 6666, and they were repeating what Dr. Bukhar was saying, but they themselves didn't even read the bill. And I'm like for example, like even with ADOS, the first thing you got to do is explain. You got to teach. You got to lay the groundwork. So if this bill becomes a part of the conversation, the very first thing that people need to do in the conversation, obviously, is should pull it up and read it together. Like,
Right.
read it,
Yeah.
then talk about it. You can't talk about it before you read it, even if somebody has read it. But for the whole audience, everything, you gotta go through that. Same thing. Like recently, I got into a conversation about testing, right? And so the question was asked, should we get tested? And the majority of the initial reaction was, heck no. I don't trust this. I don't trust that. Well, different reasons given, but the answer was heck no. The majority of answers was no, 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 no. But I'm like, so when I enter the conversation, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Before you can answer that question, first you have to explain the pros and cons of the test, if there's only one, and if there's more than one, explain the differences between the different types of tests. And there happens to be two. You got the molecular or the virus test, and then you have the antibody test. These are two distinct tests for two different purposes. I said, so when you say no or heck no, which one are you saying no to? And if you didn't even know that there were two, then your answer of no is meaningless.
Right.
Like you don't even know what you're saying no to. And because you don't even know the pros and cons, because you didn't even know another one existed. You know what I'm saying? So it's stuff like that people gotta do. So I'm saying that's how these conversations need to be. It needs to be educational and then commentary, and I think people do it in reverse too much. And then we get caught up in the noise and the gossip part of it, and it's entertaining and it occupies our time, but that's not the way to go. And so even with the vaccine thing, I was like, man, I don't see how anybody can argue about vaccines before somebody teaches on the immune system. I'm like, man, if people don't know how the immune system works, any conversation about vaccines is meaningless, really. And that's the only thing I didn't agree with that December event. I was like, if that event goes down, whoever's the first presenter better give a brief class. I don't know how many slides it would take or whatever, but you better explain the immune system. And when I saw that didn't happen, I was like, nope, that it ain't good.
Yeah.
That's a wrap. But now I learned later that Dr. Ma'at, she couldn't make it, but that's what her intention was, to do that. And I was like, well, man, then that was that would have been great, but that was a big blow that she didn't make it, and it didn't go down, because then it opens the door to fool the people. Because see, it's just like in law, like you got 12 jurors in cases, right? Trial, criminal trials or whatever, even civil trials. You got jury. Now, the job of the prosecutor and the defense is to educate the jury. Because if you don't educate the jury, then they're going to go off of whatever they already think they know and everything like that, and they're going to pass judgment. But the judgment may not be relevant to the situation or anything like that. So you have to educate. So you can actually play off of people's ignorance. And so in a public debate where you have an audience, part of that debate is going to have to be a segment of education. either you do it prior to a debate or during. And most people who are smart do it prior to the debate, and then during the debate you're just doing recaps, and you don't take too much of your time doing it, and then you go into your supporting your arguments. And so that's how, you know, a debate unfolds. And so usually debates come after something is already in writing or documented, either you know, some format where the audience is already up to speed. You know, because if I walk in there ignorant of a topic, but I'm hearing two people argue two different sides of that topic, I'm not going to be a good person to judge. My judgment is going to be based on something totally not relevant to you know, discernment. You know, so, and we do it all the time. Like a lot of us look at the Olympics, like the Winter Olympics, especially when I see those skiers do that thing, I don't know how to judge that. I just like watching them ski. I'm like, when they jump and do those ski jumps and stuff, I'm like, man, they be hanging. That's some hang time right there. But I can't judge that.
Yeah.
Now, of course, if they fall and and all that, I'd be like, okay, I could tell that's some points off, but I can't judge that. So I would have to be educated on what to look for
Right.
in order to pass the accurate judgment. And that's what you know, that's what people do, supposed to do. Make
Yeah,
sure
but
you educate.
a perfect example is boxing.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Boxing is one because the judges and their scorecards be different than how you feel and you saw it around.
Yep.
And you don't, you know, you don't see what they see, or
Don't forget the commentator could throw you off too.
yeah, yep,
Ooh, 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 and you all thinking things happening, and the judge is like, "Ain't nothing happening over here."
yep, yep. They got the sound. They know the whether the gloves hit flush,
Right.
whether it was blocked,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
body shot versus a head shot, a power hand versus a lead hand. I mean, they got to do all that.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that we're
That, that,
losing it.
that's a great point, and that's why when I hear when I'm on when I go to certain channels for whatever reason, and then like when they're trying to make a point about something else, and then when they talk about something like so I guess a medium to get where they gotta go, but the medium is complex. I'd be like, dude or sis, now that medium is complex and it's something foreign to that audience. So I'm like, dude, you couldn't even whatever you just said. You just wanted to sound smart because nobody in your audience knew exactly what the hell you just said, bro. You have to educate them up to that.
Yeah, right.
Like I don't know about cars, so if you was to do an analogy about rebuilding an engine, you just lost me. You think like you got to tell me how that's done first.
That's why when these so-called debates happen, and then people are asked to give their judgment right after, like press one if you think so and so won, press two if you think so and so won. That's meaningless because you don't know the level of discernment that the audience has on that particular topic at all. Like you don't know what people are going by. They could be going by, you know, how loud a person talked, or how slick they threw shots or something. I mean, it's a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's about accuracy. It's about solving a problem. That's the thing. Debating, the purpose of debate, the goal of debating is to answer a question or solve a problem. And the act of debating comes from beating the issue down. That's what the word debate literally means. It means to beat it up, to beat something. And you beat it to expose its guts, to take those components and solve problems. But that's not what's going on. Like people are arguing, fussing, not debating to win based on everything but that, either popularity or whatever. And so overall we're losing the value of just accuracy. And I know you play chess, and I said this before. If more people learn how to play chess and then they play themselves, they'll get this concept of not winning for the sake of winning. You're making the move for the best move, regardless of the color. It doesn't matter if you're on the black side or the white side of the board. If you play yourself, you're gonna make the best move for each color.
Right.
And at the end, whatever's left, you know that you have done a sequence of best moves, and that's the outcome, and that's it. You ain't got to fuss with nobody because you ain't gonna fuss with yourself. You ain't lose to yourself because you are yourself. You know, and that's what it is. That's how debating's supposed to be.
Yeah, because in chess you could win, but don't know exactly how you won, and that's not a good thing. You know, chess is a knowledgeable game. That's why after every game, you're supposed to analyze your game in person and online. They have the analyze button.
Yeah. Yep. You can analyze it.
They
Now,
want you to check and make sure if you could have finished the game faster.
yeah, and that's a good point because even in what's being called debating, you could win not because you've actually won, but it's because the other person was so terrible that you won.
Right.
And so, like, for example, debates are made up of arguments. Arguments are made up of premises and conclusions. And so it's really a logical event. It's based in logic. Debate argument theory 101. It's all about logic. That's why they say logical fallacies. You know, when you violate logical fallacies, you get points taken away if you were in formal debates. So that's what a debate is about. But that's not what we see on these platforms, right? So what we see on these platforms, people can actually win just based on how bad another person is.
Right.
It doesn't solve the problem. Like, you have not actually connected your premises to come to the conclusion. You haven't validated them or anything like that. You haven't shown the difference between a valid argument, because just because of what's interesting is just because a argument is valid doesn't mean it's true either, and you have to be able to point those things out and everything. It's because it's all about accurate conclusions, not just conclusion. Everybody has those.
Yeah.
And so, and we would advance. This goes for any topic, any topic, like anything, any discussion. Like, we don't have to have a debate. Like, everything is not a formal debate. That's why they have informal, whatever. But whenever there's a contention between a single issue between one or two or more people, then technically a debate ensues or an argument happens, or you advance the two opposing arguments. And so debating is invoked every day. You know, logic is invoked every day, but because we don't know it and that's not something people study or value, we do it incorrectly. And that's why people argue. People get on these online and argue and talk over one another and stuff like that, because a lot of people don't understand that process. It's just that simple. Nothing has to be arguing. People don't have to cut each other off. You know, we could talk about whatever, like the COVID-19, the numbers and this and that, and for the most part, I've seen, like on here, like, for example, the conversation that at least I was part of when the coronavirus. I know when Amber was on, Sosa, I think Sheffrin's on a couple of them and stuff. You can actually see the progress within the conversation, because things were pulled up, things were read. Um, and even if people adjust their thoughts in real time, all those are good signs. You know what I'm saying? All those are good signs. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's it, man. That's like 3 o'clock. I don't know. I can't even see it. We don't know what's on here. Yo, so you ain't give the link out like you normally do, huh?
Nah, because I felt like I feel like there's some topics that everybody can join, but I feel like when we have like a guest, on the guest is being treated like he's not a guest. I feel like too many people over talking the guest. I'm like, dude, like this, the guest is the show. Like you gotta let them talk more than everybody else. You might disagree, but you gotta have some respect for the guest. And I felt like that wasn't happening.
Okay, I see Amber. I just now seen the chat again. I see Amber. I see the watcher.
Yeah.
Oh, she said, did I share my perspective on the expert? Oh, nah, I didn't. I didn't. Nope. Yeah, I reserve comments about these, events like that. Even with everything, like all the unfortunate situations that have become hashtags and stuff like that. Y'all won't see me post about that. Nah, I don't. Mm-mm. It's just, and that, that's just me. Like, I don't, people who do it, I don't knock that. I just give my suggestions, but it's based on my experience. I've seen how stuff like this works when it comes to giving commentary about things that you know little about, and it's very sensitive when it comes to one, uh black on white or white on black situations
Uh-huh.
or racial situations, and then two, when it involves young people, and then the manner that everything goes down. All that stuff is very, very trigger, emotional trigger stuff. So to speak on it, you got to be real, real careful. So I don't speak on that. And I gave my suggestion earlier, you know, and I'm speaking directly from empirical knowledge and experience, that people have to separate um what is legal, lawful, versus what we feel should not happen or should happen, or things we don't like or like. Those are not mutually um well tied together. They're not together. Nope. We can man, like everybody in the chat, everybody watching right now, and everybody could be 100% in agreement on disliking something. But that thing we dislike could be completely legal and lawful.
Right.
So the question is, what do you do in that situation where everybody feels a way about it, and our feelings match? So we're unanimous. We formed a consensus, but yet that which we don't like is lawful, or it is legal to do. Then what? See, nobody goes that step,
Right.
because the only thing you can do at that point is participate and change. You ain't gonna change from being an armchair commentary or complainer. You can't complain. Not gonna happen. Nope. We're gonna be complaining, and that's what we do. We complain about everything.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, dealing with some cases, like working with attorneys. One thing for sure. Now, if people don't know this, then they're gonna hear this now, but it should. Um, it's a lot of value. It's very important how you articulate your statements. Like people to me, because I deal with language, right? So I already focus on the important. I place a high value on communication and language, just because that's what I do already. But people are sleeping on its importance in our application on everyday stuff. Now, the normal living every day, no, but there are pockets of our lives where it is just as important. And so when you're told that you have a right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you, or could be used against you in a court of law, and they read you your rights and all that kind of stuff. They mean that, because it's how you articulate yourself, your story, your statements, your claim, and how the officer, law enforcement, whatever, articulates theirs in their police report. It's because you can articulate, like, an event occurred, right? Like, an event is an event. You can't change that. That's like stamped in time.
Yeah.
But based on how you articulate how that event occurred will make or break a case. It could have that drastic difference in the outcome. And so wording, articulation is very, very important in those situations. And so the police are trained to do police reports and articulate things in such a way where they cover certain bases.
Yeah.
And the average citizen is not trained, and they don't know that. So that's why you have a right to remain silent. That's why a lot of suggestive videos, they tell you don't ever talk to the police, even if you're innocent. Like, just don't give them, because they use what you say
Right.
and stuff. And I've seen that. I've literally seen that. Man, I've seen it. The police will know nothing, and the only reason why they know anything is because of what you said.
Right.
They build a case off of what you say, not off of their work.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I hate that lazy stuff.
Yeah, they really do. You know. So anyway, but I'm saying this to say that the way that the story unfolds in the media is going to be different than how it actually documented and articulated formally. And so if you're not privy to those formal articulations, and whether it's a police report, whether it's statements taken by the suspects, or whatever, then the commentary is going to be handicapped and limited. Yeah, the first 48. Watch it say the first 48. Yeah, if you watch the first 48, that's very telling. You know what I mean? How people articulate their. But I'm saying, on the side of the police, on the side of the police are trained. They articulate this stuff very well. It's key points. I'm telling you, it's key words and how you articulate stuff. You know, and on top of this, like, okay, like today, I heard earlier, like, folks talking about the situation around me, and they were saying that well, I don't yeah, they were talking about the situation because they were talking about trespassing and stuff. And they were talking about trespassing, and they were trying to define what trespassing was and stuff. And I think whether it was a misdemeanor or felony and stuff like that. And I didn't chime in because, like I said, premature conversations, I don't deal with that, especially on those emotionally driven things. But in my mind, I was like, if I were going to say something, I would have told them, I would have reminded them that you can commit, like, you think that you commit a crime, like you do one act, but one actual act can have several different counts, and people forget the counts. And so, like, let's say you break into somebody's home, somebody left, and you break in their house, but you don't steal anything, but you broke in. That, in your mind, that's one act.
Right.
You broke in, but by time and you get caught, and so by time you see your charge sheet, your charges and the counts, man, it'd be like 13 counts on that bad boy. But in your mind, you did one thing. But it's breaking and entering, criminal trespass, burglary, all those go together. What else with that? Oh, and then if you owned a firearm or weapon, that would get added on there. But these things are all related, and people forget about that. So when I heard the conversation early this morning, these people around me, in my mind, I was like, man, they just don't understand that, how those things unfold and stuff like that. So I was like, man, but I didn't even say anything. Wouldn't have time to say anything.
It's interesting.
So anyway, but oh yeah, destruction of property. Yeah, that's yeah. If you broke in, yep. If you broke in, destruction of property, breaking and entering. Um, it's a couple of things, And that goes with a lot of stuff. Like you walk into a store and you try to steal a candy bar, and your mind's like, man, I just try to steal a Snickers. But on your rap sheet, you be like 4 counts. Burglary. I mean, it'll just be all kinds of stuff, you know. And they don't know. And it's all on how it's articulated on paper. All how it's articulated. Even you know, just regular car accidents. When the police come and you gotta write that report for the insurance and stuff. Man. So anyway. But yeah. So I don't know when you're gonna hook up a fact checking team or crew, but that's really necessary, because a lot of these topics are going to be repeated.
Right.
Again,
Yep.
it's going to be repeated. The coronavirus, listen, that ain't going anywhere anytime soon. There's no vaccine in sight right now. And because there's no vaccine, because the economy, a lot of these governors are making decisions based on economic pressure and not public health data.
Yeah, they're under pressure. I mean, it's not an easy job. You dig? Like, because again, I'm somebody who's unbiased, so it's easy to say the governor's wrong. But when you look at how they're being pressured, the big decision they have, you know, it's not an easy decision either way. If they say no, they'll be pressured by other people. So these are all big decisions, you know, from everybody.
Exactly. And see, if people understood that, then the complaints would sound different, because as long as we know that the premature reopening of these states, if we knew that these are based on economic pressure and decisions and not public health, then we would have a different conversation. As long as we understand it, these decisions to reopen is not based on an input from the public health data. It's based on an input from the economic data. And long as people understood that, then it's like, okay. And now we can understand why, because now our follow-up questions would make more sense. Because like, okay, why? Okay, Georgia and Florida, for example. Georgia and Florida are 2 states that had the highest declarations of unemployment in terms of what the state could afford. And so if the state didn't do anything, it'd be in trouble. So now we can further understand the governor's decision to open up a week early than whatever and all this other kind of stuff. We could see the motivation behind it now.
Yeah.
And we could still not like it, but now okay, I see why. And so now we could say, okay, well, what could we do instead of? And because we don't participate in politics and we don't know anything, all we're gonna do is just sit back and get affected by the decisions that we don't make. You know, I see somebody on the phone now.
Yeah.
Was that Lynn?
Yeah, that's it.
Wudjau.
Uh-oh, Lynn. Uh-oh. Oh man, boy, I tell you, man. Man, Lynn, listen. It's 3:20 where I'm at right now, and I'm about to get off here. But listen, this is probably the first time I'm actually interested in what you have to say about Judy Mikovits, the pandemic thing, and this HR 6666. Because I know you know about them. I know you probably use them as battering rams to champion your your conspiracy.
You don't know shit, nigga. You just sitting here talking out the side of your neck, talking about like you know me.
No, listen, Lynn.
Nah,
listen. No, hold on. Let me
ask
ask you 2 questions. Have you seen Judy Mikovits interview for the pandemic? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I seen it. I was talking about that about a month ago. But yeah, I'm glad that you put that out there, Lou. You know what I'm saying? It's not that I'm saying it. I'm glad you put it out there because I know it's all faction of that, but you know, it just gives people a different look on things. But you know, like you say, I mean, we all don't know. We're all just trying to work our way through these things because we're all in the dark on this. So it's not like any of us are. You can sit here and talk till you blue in the face. You don't know, and neither does Unbiased, and neither do I.
Okay,
you know, because the experts don't even know yet, brother. So, you know, that's where I'm at with that. But as far as the brother who got chased down, I believe he was at fault, you know, for doing what he did. But at the same time, I don't think it constituted death. And I think it's sending out the wrong message to these white supremacists who want, you know, it's sort of like vigilantes. Like I put Vigilantes Unite, we can get one too, you know what I'm saying? Kind of sends out that message, you know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm at on that. And the 666, you know, I've seen that, but I haven't had a chance to check that out. But whatchamacallit's son's building, his building is 666 with Jared Kushner. His building in New York, the address number is 666 on that jump. Don't nobody talk about that.
What's wrong with 666? Somebody number got to be 666.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you know, people's going to make a whole big bunch out of it. You know what I'm saying? And people are saying it's like this is the end times. You know, you have the Christian people who are saying that this is the end times and all of that. You know, so I mean, we have.
Imagine
not just y'all's way of looking at things. We have other ways too. You know what I'm saying? It's not. And just like I said, what I wanted to show, I've been waiting for 3 days, Unbiased. I just wanted to show about the AI, and I wanted to show about the artificial intelligence and a few other things. You know.
But you can't.
Man, imagine all the people that was born June 6th in 1966. All those people that was born on that day, boy, I know they catching hell. So they still alive. They catching hell. But yeah, I was just asking you that because I would think that you probably be on top of that. But yeah, I'm about to go right now. But I would be interested, in those conversations. But to educate though, because like the bill that was submitted, and then this pandemic video, man, that thing's gone viral, and I've seen people misrepresent the information. You know, it's crazy. Like everything in that video, and then you got the sidebars with Dr. Shiva and Dr. Bukhar, I think it's Buttar, fear mongering and stuff like that, and it's affecting people. I'm seeing it on Instagram, I'm seeing it on Facebook, I'm seeing people share the video, like I told you, and then even prominent personalities or influential personalities on the social media platforms that I see, they're parroting it. And I call them conspiracy parrots, but they're parroting it and influencing people's minds and stuff. You know, it's really, really crazy out there. It's really crazy. This lady actually said that the SARS, that it's not natural, that it takes 800 years for something, for a virus to naturally mutate to like how the SARS, this novel coronavirus did. And she's under the assumption that this virus comes from the SARS-CoV-1, and it doesn't derive from it.
Right.
And that's what people don't know. It's just a naming convention, but they don't know that. And you would think because she's a virologist, right, and she has credentials as a PhD scientist, that she would know that. And that's where it becomes dangerous. Like it's really dangerous. That if we don't raise up our levels of discernment and know how to properly discern, then we're going to be fooled, or we're going to drop our guard just because people have these letters behind their names, not understanding that these folks, just because they have a letter behind their name, they can make mistakes and they could be like completely wrong. And we don't even understand that process. Like just because you have a PhD, it does not mean you could transfer that over, even in your field. Like for example, if I have a PhD in let's take automobiles for example. I can be a very good mechanic, and then the next person could be a very good mechanic, but my specialty could be Mercedes Benz. Their specialty could be Toyotas. And just because I'm a mechanic and we're both a mechanic and we're proficient in our respective vehicles that we work on an everyday basis, it doesn't mean I could transfer or that over to the Toyota side.
Right.
Only on a superficial basic level, because I understand the mechanics of a car, that I can see certain things. But when it comes to specialty and stuff like that, I would have to accept my handicap. And that's what people don't do. They fail to do it. And most scientists know and do this, but it's the audience, it's the onlooker that don't know that that's what goes on, and that's the difference. So they think just because somebody has a PhD, that PhD gives them the green light to speak on everything.
Right. Oh yeah, man. I got so many names that they do that with, man. A lot of these religious groups got a PhD guy in one thing, and he's an expert on everything.
Like, nah, it don't work that way. And even in the PhD, if you really understood the PhD, what leads up to it, you're really only in that, but like whatever your dissertation was, your thesis and stuff like that, that's what you have triumphed over. And it gives you a certain status within the field that you have, done that work in. But it still doesn't give you that total green light, it's all good. That's where you get appeal to authority. We defer to authorities all the time, but appealing to authority is a logical fallacy that none of us should do, ever. And that's a different thing. So, but anyway, yeah, I got 2 minutes. I'm about to roll out. So, Lynn, yeah, maybe I'll catch you when you talking about that.
Make sure you hear Wudjau, because I know obviously y'all ain't up on it because y'all been talking about that already. All this AI stuff going on and the Internet of Things about to take over, and ain't nobody really talking about it. And a lot of these things that were being said, some of them are coming true. It's not like everything that's being said is falling short of truth.
Well,
you're acting like hold on, wait a minute. You're acting like that everything that someone says out here, if it's not by a scientist or that they're wrong, and there's some people who are privy to certain information. And some of these agencies have non-disclosure agreements to where they can't talk about it, but it doesn't mean that it's not happening.
Okay, let me ask you one question.
So we gotta touch in on that too.
I got one question before I leave. Do you accept the fact that this virus, whose technical name is SARS coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, do you accept that its existence, or you think it doesn't even exist?
SARS-CoV-19. No,
SARS-CoV-2 is the virus. COVID-19 is the disease that it causes. But I'm asking you about the virus.
Do I believe it's what, Wudjau?
No, I'm asking you, do you accept its existence, or do you think it?
It existed in 2004, and then the avian in 2008, and then the swine in 2010, and then the MERS in 2012, the Ebola 2014, Zika 2016, Ebola 2018, and coronavirus 2020. Now tell me about that.
Wait. So
and tell me how they got patents on these things, and they're manipulating them in labs themselves. And you can look the patents up. And if you'd like me to show you one, I can show you one right now, son.
Oh, boy, man. All right, so yeah, I gotta go, man. We're gonna pick this up. So remember.
Okay, then.
You went down the whole line. I like what.
No, because y'all, that's right. And y'all try to talk me down like somebody don't know something, but y'all niggas is the one who's ignorant.
No,
because y'all study, y'all just regurgitating information. You know what I'm saying? I come with my own stuff that I bring in here, stuff that you ain't talking about, and obviously you don't know about. Just like I said, this AI and this IoTA and all these cell towers that's gonna be put around here and all this other stuff, man, this shit's serious. And why y'all waiting on somebody else to tell you something?
I like the way you ran that.
We got somebody like Wudjau right here, who's a smart man, very, very intelligent young man, very, very intelligent young man. But you make mistakes just like everybody else, bro. And we all do. We're human. We're human. So
Yeah,
we need to
man, I
stop
wish I didn't
putting
have
each
to
other
go.
down and you know, I mean, at least allow somebody to present. And then, you know, if they wrong, hey, cut them off after a couple of minutes and be like, man, look, we already can debunk that and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and then move on. We need to come to a common ground. Like you said, I agree with you when you say it's all about for argument instead of coming to some type of common ground, using what we all take as truths and moving on with them and leaving all the rest of the BS behind.
Hey, what's your name in the chat?
Indigenous black man.
Oh, so that was you the whole time. Okay, all right, yeah,
Fucking
man.
with you,
All right,
yeah,
so,
that's right.
yeah, all right.
I mess with you all the
Hey,
time, Wudjau.
yeah, this is
I be
black man.
saying you
Okay,
long-winded and all that.
I gotta
Hey,
remember
look,
that.
I be messing with you and saying you long-winded and all that. That's me.
Okay, I gotta remember that. So I didn't put the two and two together, man, because it's almost like I'm dealing with two different people. Because when you come on here, it's like conspiracy, but this is black man in the chat don't really be talking that conspiracy stuff. So I thought it was two different people. So
I don't talk conspiracy stuff, man. I'm bringing you what they doing. I'm telling you what they say out of their own mouth. I'm giving you
ran that
their
down
memoirs.
real. You ran that down real
Listen,
quick.
I'm showing you what Singularity Net's about to do to your black ass, and you don't even know who I'm talking about. Look up Singularity Net before you go to bed tonight, and then have a conversation on that with me tomorrow. That's what you do.
Okay, you went from 2004 to 2018 and ran that list like it was butter. I like that. That was really good.
Thank you, Woo. I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
That was really good.
That's on an average of every 2 years we having one of these things, brother.
Yeah, every 2 years. So let me ask you this. So what's your prediction for the next one? Are you gonna predict a name for us that they're gonna call it, and the one that's gonna come up in 2022? I mean, we're actually 2021 because
we gotta let this one get over first because we don't know exactly this. You know, the reopening and everything. They did that over in Wuhan, and they said that somebody contracted an even worse, disease or something of that nature. And like I said, you can look that up for yourself. But I'm not trusting it right now. To be honest with you, I'm really not.
Have you ever been vaccinated with anything?
Yeah, I've been vaccinated before.
Oh, okay. So you have any plans on doing vaccination reversals? You know they got the ability to reverse, like if you don't like vaccines now because you're an adult, because a lot of people get vaccinated when they're children, and so when you become of age, they have you know how people get a tattoo and then you get tattoo removed.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Wudjau. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they have this way of reversing your vaccination. Are you gonna participate in that?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Well, let me.
But
hey,
wait.
Wait. For the record, I was joking. There's no such thing. I
got you. Yeah, you always trying to throw in that slick shit. But like I said,
I'm great going.
No. Okay. Since everything, so since you know everything, have a conversation with me about Singularity Net. Then
you said what? For what?
Have a conversation with me about Singularity Net. Have a conversation with me about IOTA. Have a conversation with me about the economics and how they manipulate and run the recession on you all the time, and we just sit back and take it.
Okay,
Recessions and depressions have happened over and over and over, and we sit back and take it. Have a conversation with me about that, Wudjau.
Okay, so how about this? How about we have a conversation about decentralized cryptocurrency and the blockchain? How about we have a conversation about that? Because you mentioned the IOTA and you talking about the Internet of Things and things like that.
No, I said IoT, brother. Internet of Things. Okay, I'm talking about the IoT. This is what is going to be unleashed on the world. Okay, it's not just a coin.
No,
I told them it was a coin. I've already said this. I've already told them about that and said that we all should invest in it as a community.
But I just want you to understand. I didn't say coin. I said the whole blockchain, the whole ecosystem, the whole system.
No, man, I don't need. I'm not. That's irrelevant to me. What I'm trying to get out is with these weapons, these things that are about to come upon us that we're not ready for. Just like this, this new AI and all these things that are going on. You see what I'm saying? That's what I want to hit on.
Okay, but when you said
that's where I'm at.
when you say the Internet of
And
Things,
Internet of Things is what they're going to is what they're calling this new implementation, because everything's going to be connected to it. Wudjau, the cars, you know, everything in your house, your phone, everything is going to be connected by the Internet of Things. All right. So do some research on that.
no,
That's what I'm talking about, and how this is going to cause 90 some million, you know, new cell towers to be placed and all these other things. We have to talk about these things, man. You know, I mean, I understand we get tired of talking about it, but it needs to be told. You know, also with this pedophilia and all this stuff that's going on, all this human trafficking that's going on. You know, over in the Middle East, this ain't nothing new. People's over there selling people. They're putting them on Facebook and what's that other, you know, Twitter and all that other stuff, and they selling them right on the jump.
all righty.
Land.
I gotta go though, man. It's good. So we're gonna pick up because I'm interested on the pandemic stuff though.
Lenny, you listening?
All right, but I'm gonna say peace.
Yeah, I'm here.
Peace to the chat. Peace, everybody.
It's 3:30 around that. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm off here. Man. I just called to see if when you wanted to do it on FCC, so we can show what I got, and then we won't have to worry about it. That's all I was really calling for.
So you got to give me, you always inbox me any other time. Inbox me the time and day.
I can't hear you.
So you always inbox me any other time. Just inbox me the time and day.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, it's up to you when you have time. It's not on my time. It's on yours, brother. I mean, you know, like I said, I just need to know what would be a good time for you tomorrow, and then we can just do it on that channel, and I get it out there.
Okay. Do you want? How long is it gonna be?
I got a lot of stuff. I'm gonna have to just, you know, hit the you know, the ones that can lead you down and gives you references and all that other stuff. I mean, how much time you got? That's what you know, you gotta let me know.
I got to know how long is your presentation. Like when True Ministry did his presentation, he told me how long.
Well, it'll take a couple of hours. Because I wanted to go through the economy, then I wanted to go through the human trafficking and pedophilia and all those rings, and I also wanted to go through the AI, artificial intelligence, and all that.
All right, wait, hold on 1 second. 1 second. I'm going to send the link. Okay, now look, don't get mad at me, all right?
What?
No, I'm going to send a link in there for you.
On Facebook?
No, in the chat. Okay, I'm going to tell you why, okay? So the other channels got flagged too. So I created a new channel.
Okay.
And that's the link right there.
All right. Let's see, it ain't popped up yet.
So that link right there, that's the new link. All right. That link, I mean, it's not a new channel. It's a good channel. But listen, guys, I'm not going to play videos like too many on that one because all my side channels can't keep getting flagged. So this is the channel I'm going to show you. Okay, learn how the channel looks. So
okay, I'll subscribe to it now.
This is the channel right here. Can you see that? Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Mhm.
I ain't sharing my screen yet. I'm sharing the screen now. You can see it.
Like I said, Unbiased, FCC.
Yeah. So this is the. You see, I only got 8 videos on here. All right. So this is the channel. So you guys can subscribe to this one, and this is another channel I had for a long time already. So you can see I already got like 2,000 subscribers already. So if you guys, I know I keep telling you guys, I know you're mad at me, but if you want to watch Lynn's presentation, you got to click the link inside the chat. Okay, this is unless if you don't click it, Then when he does a presentation, it's just gonna be me watching. That's it. So then you got to tell them to click the subscribe. We got 25 people in the chat. If they all subscribe, that's enough to watch you tomorrow. Right?
That's what's up. I mean, you know, I just want to get it on there. I'm not really, you know, they can go back and watch it if somebody says something to them or something, you know. But I just want it out there. And that way, you know what I'm saying, it could be heard because, like I said, this regurgitation of information is getting old. We need to, you know, step out there and start putting out some new stuff. They're always doing something, so, I mean, it's always something to be reported other than what, you know, that everybody else is talking about, you know. But I appreciate it, and I'll let you get off here then.
Yeah, all right. So tomorrow, like I said, you got to inbox me to at least remind me.
All right. Peace, chat. Peace, family.
All right. Peace. Okay, so I'll put the link in. I got the link in there. So here's the link. Again, if you want to see Lynn's presentation live, click that link right there. I gotta use this channel. My other channels, I got flagged, all right, for playing other videos. I was wild now. I'm over here playing like some videos I know I'm gonna get flagged on. You dig? So anyway, nigga wanna go night night. Yeah, he did sound tired. So there's the link right there. If you're interested in watching some of it, all of it, a little bit of it, Lynn's presentation, that's the link. We're gonna go live on that channel, not this channel. We're gonna go live on that channel. I sent the link in there. I know I keep asking you guys to subscribe to different channels. You can you actually can do this. You can except for this channel. All the other channels, you can unsubscribe from all of them and just subscribe. Keep this subscription here and subscribe to the link that I got in the chat. Okay, so because those are two I'm gonna use. Because all the other channels got flagged, and I can't really use them too much. So there you go. Wheezy out of here. I'm out. There's a link. If you don't click it, that means you're not interested in Lynn. He's gonna cry. All right, so we out of here. Wheezy is out of here.